Hey, took me long enough. Had to find the what they call it. Had to find the go button, the turn on button. Sorry about that. I'm in. I'm gonna take a few minutes because it clear my mind, man. It took me a while just to get online. I didn't even know what was going on, trying to figure it out. So I appreciate anyone that shows up, all that kind of stuff. Uh, if you do show up, I'm gonna put this in the chat, and anybody can talk to me anytime. I'm good. Is this right? No. Coming at you. Coming at you. Is this it? Bam. All right. Good morning. You know how this thing goes, because I don't. So I'm learning, picking up on how to deal with this thing. This is like my fourth time, I guess, but I don't do it often. So I'm not as adroit as I will become. Hope you can hear me. I'm trying to check things out now to see if I can be heard. And you know how we do. We attempt to represent our ancestors all the time. So that's how it goes. But the thing is, I'm going to get to the point, because I want to delineate between white privilege or white handicap. As everybody knows, I'm already into we laughing, and we don't know we laughing. We think we're behind, but actually we so far in front, we coming back around and from behind. We laughing. You ain't never moved that fast. In a race, when you outrunning people so bad, you can lap them. That's what we are doing. We are lapping them. And we don't know it. We think we behind because we behind coming up again. We coming forth again to lap again. We're going to catch up and then pass and keep lapping because we moving at a different rate than most people in the world. Our rate of movement is faster. You can see that by our chemical and physical makeup. But it's cool. Everybody got their thing. You know, some what they call it? Some what they call them? Oh, some snakes are poisonous. Yeah, some snakes are poisonous. So we have to realize that everything is not even. All snakes are not the same. All birds are not the same. All dogs are not the same. All people are not the same. White privilege, as it said, you know, I'll get into that. Hold on a minute. Because I want to carry out this idea. And I put the link. Somebody want to discuss it? I see I got it. There's a couple of people on the thing. Check it out. But what we're saying here is this, and I'll tell you how I'm looking at it. All right. Okay. Right. This is how I'm looking at it. That all people, all things are not made equal. We are all made free in that sense, but we're not all made equal. I'm taller than my brothers. There's none of my brothers as tall as I am. And then I got a sister. What are we going to do with that? That ain't equal. And I only got one sister. I ain't got 4 or 5 sisters. I got 4 or 5 brothers, but only one sister. See, all things ain't made equal, man. And what's happening is we are lapping, and we don't realize we're lapping because we think we're behind. And actually, we're coming from the rear again. And we'll catch it. We'll catch up like we're doing now. You notice we're catching up with whatever's up, and then we'll pass it. The thing that's happening is this thing called white privilege is not really a privilege, it's a handicap. It's like when you go golf, they say, what's your handicap? Yeah, because it's a handicap. We're going to give you some extra stuff so you can stay up with everybody else, so you can stay up with the real players. So we'll give you three in the, we'll give you a little handicap in the beginning. So you might be able to compete. And that's what they call white privilege. It's actually a handicap that they are sufficient. It's like what do you call it? A ramp. There's a ramp. They get to use a ramp because we don't need no ramp. We're going to lap them even when they got the ramp. Don't you see that? We lapping them now. They got all that stuff. They got all of this and all of that and all the accoutrements of life and everything that they say they of the society and everything. They got money. They make the money. So I know they got the money because they printing it themselves. It's not like I'm printing money and I ain't got none. If I'm printing it, I got some too. But I'm not printing the money. I'm making paper. Yeah, but I'm not printing money. But I'm saying when you make something, it's almost like printing money because you're making the money. You have to understand, if you're just getting a job and somebody else making the money and then giving it to you, you ain't made nothing. Because tomorrow you got to do it again for them, never for yourself. You never work for yourself. You work for them. And then they pay you whatever they figure they're going to pay you. And then tomorrow you got to do what? Work for them. And who gets all the benefits? They do. What you get, a little stipend that you can pay your rent, buy you a couple of beers, and go right back to work again tomorrow. And that's how that goes. Hold on a minute, because I want you to be real. So yeah, I'm in here, and I'm on the idea that we are ahead of the game and don't realize we're ahead of the game. It's a psychological trick, and we don't even have a psychology. We don't even have a psyche. That's the funny thing. We have a different setup. We're different. I don't understand why people ain't got that yet. You can't, what's his name? A Chihuahua and a Rock Wild are totally different. They're both dogs, yeah. Hey, and no, I don't get that. People be thinking, oh, we all people, so we all no. We all people, so we all equal. No, we are no. None of that is reality. I'm looking at different birds. Even the trees are different. They are trees, but they are different. Some bear fruit, some don't. Some are used for medicine, some aren't. Some will kill you, some won't. Some will cure you. That's how life goes. So with this idea about, everybody's the same, no, kill that. Garrison, salute. Garrison, salute. One love, man. I appreciate you coming in and speaking. See, we were running things so hard. A devastation happened. Devastations always happen, man. I failed. I was running up and down the hill about a mile every day. And then I fell in my bathroom one night. I just fell in the bathroom going to take a piss in the bathroom. and fell on my way. Hit my head, my shoulder, my back, my leg, my hip. Oh, I was messed up for a while. Didn't run up and down that hill for a while either. Things happen, man. And we have to face that. It's not like, oh, I messed up. Accidents happen. You can't control everything. And then sometimes you can, but still accidents happen. We're doing fine. And we're doing actually better than I expected at this moment, because people are starting to realize that what we are is more important than who we are. What we are. And that's the thing that we've been lacking, what we are. Everybody's been dealing with who they are instead of what they are. And talking that crazy talk about we are the same. I heard somebody say one day, equal rights. And I said, I don't want no equal rights. I want my rights. You got your rights, I got my rights. Ain't no equal rights. A baby don't have the same rights as a mother. Ain't no such thing as equal rights. You got your rights that due to you, and then that's what you go with. So now I don't have no problem with what they call white privilege. Be one for life. Morning, baby. Glad you could show up. Glad you're here, man. I appreciate you showing up. I'm appreciating that you're here. So this is the idea, is that we are lapping and we don't realize that we are lapping because we are being told and we're being given a narrative that puts us in the back seat. And I don't mind being in the back seat sometimes. I don't want to drive all the time. Take a break. Let somebody else drive for a few minutes. See what happens. And we're good. But the thing is, we are allowing ourselves to accept a narrative that puts us at the bottom. I hear people talking about, we're at the bottom of the social ladder and all that. No, we're not. We are told we are at the bottom. It's like a con, man. You ever walk in on a con? See, I know con. I know con game. And maybe everybody should learn it so they can know when they're being con. We're being con. But what you think this whole thing is? We're being con. They tell you they invented everything, and everything. Now all our children, all our adults, everybody think we got to go to them to learn how to live. We got to go to them to learn math. We got to go to them to learn, because they gave us a narrative that everything came through them. All of them things they name, like Faraday, and they name all these doggone Europeans and name things after them. And I got a Faraday coil. Yeah, it was a coil before Faraday was even thought about being born. It was already being worked. There's stuff all over this earth that is more superior in technology than anything that you got right now. Anything you can come up with. It's on a whole different logical level. And we don't know that because we're following their logic instead of following our logic. Let me tell you something. When I was a youth and they started the lottery, remember, you know the lottery, right? Now you go to the lottery, you got 18, 19 different lotteries to pick from and all that kind of stuff like that. Okay. When the lottery first started, there was one number a day. Listen to what I'm saying. One number came out a day. And what people could actually do was dream the number. And that's why they start having 3 lotteries a day and all these other different lotteries to confuse the dream sequence. Because we were making money off of the dream. They put that lottery up there, man, somebody going to have a dream on that number. Because we work outside of the physical world. This is our gift. This is what makes innovation. This is what makes creation. This is what makes us a star in the world, is because we deal outside of the physical world. We have a connection that can go outside and come right back in. And we're not utilizing that connection. We're being taught that we are humans. That's a demotion. I'll never take that on. That's like saying I'm a cripple or I'm a Christian. You know, Christian, the what's the name of that? The synonym, you know, the word that means the same as Christian is Cretan. Cretan means one who cannot make it on their own. They need help. That a Cretan, you can look it up, a Cretan, Cretin. You can look up the etymology of the word Christian, and it'll go right to Cretan, because they need that crutch of Jesus. See, they put Jesus under their arm like a crutch, because they ain't real people, so they need that crutch. We real people, we don't need that crutch. That's why a lot of times we say, oh, we don't need that. We gods and stuff. It ain't gods. We just not humans. And in the way they got it set up in their society, there's only humans and gods, you know. That's their perspective of the world. However, in our perspective of the world, we can do whatever we want to do. And we've lost that perspective because we've taken on another people's perspective and ideology, methodology, and ancestry. We don't take our own ancestry. I hear people talking about, oh, the ancestors, this, blah, 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 blah. Tell me your ancestors. Well, see, they did. No, tell me your ancestors. You can. You could tell me your mother, your brother, your uncle, your aunt. You could tell me a couple of grandmothers ago and all that kind of stuff. Them your ancestors. Anything else, I don't know. I can't get into it. Everything else becomes ambiguous. And in this ambiguity, what we have is we are jumping into it's like a, I don't even know what it's bizarro. We are great people. We know we're great people. We have great ideas, thoughts, and everything. We know we can do whatever we want. However, the social situation is set up to give other people an opportunity, right, to even stand next to us. You see how this stuff go. Every time we get something we could do, every time we get something we do in any fashion, form, or whatever, we killing it. We what they call smashing it, because that's how we roll. When look, I'll tell you what. Name me one president, and I know how y'all feel about stupid stuff, but name me one president more popular. I mean, just popular across the board, across the globe, than Barack Obama. None. You'll find none no more proper. We shine. We once we get in the game, man, that's why they don't want us in the game. They be like, oh man, I can't compete with these niggas. I need a up. And that's what white privilege is. A handicap gives them a up. Okay, the nigga got 0, you got 15,000. All right, now y'all even. That's when we even. We're actually even. When we got 0, don't give us shit. We don't need you to give us shit. We make our shit out of the air, man. I make shit out of trees and air. We know how to do it. But you gotta give them other people, whoever they may be, you gotta give them something else, or they ain't gonna be able to compete. They ain't gonna be able to handle this. Even in the thing that happened over the different periods of time, you want to look at the different rides, like the ship, the dock ride to New York, where the Italians were mad at the niggas because niggas getting the jobs and all that stuff. Over here, where the same thing. It's always the same thing, because we take over. We do our thing, and they thing falls to the wayside. Nobody really wants to see it. When I go to YouTube and I'll put something, just ask what's up today. You know how you go to the homepage and they tell you all the different stuff that's going on that was posted. And most of the stuff, even when it's not real, they'll put Will Smith on the screen like he's in the movie, because they know that'll draw you to the movie. When they want a movie, when they want a movie to do well, they put somebody like Denzel Washington, one of these colored guys in that movie, man. Otherwise, it just ain't gonna do as well. Even with the the the, the, the movies that they really go with, they don't do as well. We are the gold. There's an idea that I want to put forth to you like this. What they call the old world, which is Europe and all that stuff, is actually the new world. The old world is us here in the America. They used to call it Atlantis, refer to it, excuse me, as Atlantis. But I read their papers. I actually read Dionysus, Plato, and just recently too, because I'm looking at what happened here. Because everybody knew us in the East, in China and all that stuff, they know our old history. They don't deny our old history. It's just the European them that deny our whole history and say that, oh, we don't have no when they got here it was an empty land and all that stuff. Doesn't matter. So I was looking at like them old Greek type dudes. They call it ancient, but it ain't really ancient. We are ancient. Our ancestry is ancient. I'm talking about older than dirt. Okay, so what they do, Plato said, to the east of Gibraltar, you know, Gibraltar, that's up there by Tunisia, North Africa, coming out through the west of North Africa, how the Mediterranean empties out into the ocean. That's called the Rock of Gibraltar. You got different names, the Pillars of Heracles, all of that kind, different names. But they say to the west of that, a few leagues, and they tell you almost exact how long the distance is a place of abundance, gold, stuff like that, gold and silver, trees and foliage, animals and all that stuff. Just a place of abundance. That's America. That's why everybody want to come to America. What do you think everybody want to come to America? Like it just popped up out of the doggone? No. Everybody knows this was already here. It ain't just pop up. It's not the American government that everybody trying to go to. Look at that. It's in shambles. Of course, it's not the government that everybody trying to deal with. It's in shambles. It couldn't possibly be the reason that everybody wants to come. They want to. What happens? As soon as somebody come from South China, I met a guy, because I lived in Camden, New Jersey. You know, Camden, New Jersey is about the most ghettoest place in America, or about, if not the most. I moved there on purpose. And a lot of the people I was working with were like, Wally, why are you moving to Camden? Because I want to be able to go into an environment of our people and give them a visual example of what we really are and not what we have been told we are. So I went in there, cleaned all the streets and everything as best I could, by myself for the most part. I thought somebody might help, but nobody helped me. I did it every day for years. You can go check in Camden, New Jersey. Everybody know. Because I want to show the children, not the adults, the children are walking to school through filth and stuff like that. So I went and cleaned it up. And I sit there on my porch and watch the children go to school and look at their face when they realize they're not walking through trash. They don't have to, but I'm not making my children walk through trash. And every child I see is my children. You know what I mean? That's old school in a way. The whole village raises the child. And so all of these children are mine. None of them ain't mine. They ain't your child. Yes, it is. I'm responsible for that child. I'm responsible for every child. This is community. This is what we build. This is the thing that we do. When we thought about, well, that ain't my child, I don't care what he do. Then we are screwing our own self. You might as well shoot your own self in the face when you do that, because that's what's going on. When you neglect, listen, any chain, you know what a chain is? Oh, cue tracks. when you look at the strength of a chain, it has the strength of a chain is determined by its weakest link. So if you don't help the guy next to you not be the weakest link, because he's determining. That's why people are, why they always say so, black people, and they go by the worst, because the weakest link determines the strength of the chain. It's simple. This stuff is simple. So when I see a dude doing something, he need help, whatever, I'm helping him. Why? Because he is determining the strength of our chain, and our chain is our ancestry, and our ancestry is our lineage, and our lineage is our future. So if we want our future to be strong, we got to bring all our people up. We can't have no weak links. We cannot afford it. You see somebody need help, help them. We got to pull ourselves, because that's what it is. We only one person. We ain't got to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We pull ourselves up. I do it. I ain't got to put on no boots. I get up every day. I don't need no bootstraps to pull me up. I don't even wear no boots. The hell, I need bootstraps to. Come on, man. What are we doing? We're taking other people's idealism, cultures, and reasoning and methodologies and stuff, and we are trying to implement that stuff because we think that's how to get to where we want to go. But that's how they get to where they want to go. Listen, a Chihuahua has to jump up on different chairs and stuff to get to the counter. But a German Shepherd just puts his feet right up on the counter and look around. That's how we do. We don't need to go like no little Chihuahua with these little pieces of this, pieces of that. Let them have their so-called white privilege. They need that in order just to stay even. Listen, it's like any other race, man. I know I can outrun my son, so I'll give him a few paces in front of me just to make a similarity of a competition. But I'm still going to outrun him. So all that so-called white privilege don't mean nothing. It don't mean a thing. The thing we have to realize is our position. Because we keep looking at somebody else like, that bird is just flying. I envy that bird. That's crazy. I ain't got no wings. Why would I envy a bird? Why would I envy something that not me? That don't even make no sense. But hey, as I say, we've been given a narrative and a social whitewashing to where we think everything. See, this, the NAD, they made everything. Faraday and whatever name they put on all the stuff, they put Cracker's name on everything. The plastic, I'm surprised they made that into their name. Somebody's plastic of name or something. Fibonacci's whatever, like all that stuff they just came up with. The stuff has been used, not only came up with eons ago, before Europe even started washing their butts. But it was not only known, it's utilized throughout all of them old archaeological finds they got. Even Angkor Wat got more science in it than being used today all over the place. Just in that one place. All of that science and stuff that they come up with and they claim, they just, like Christopher Columbus did not discover America. People were here. They ain't discovered shit. We already been here. All the shit they say they discovered. They didn't make gunpowder. Somebody else did that. They just used gunpowder. That's all. And then they claim it like, oh, we got the biggest bombs. We can do this. Oh, yeah. You claiming shit. But it ain't yours. Huh? Man, they just be claiming stuff all the time. And if they can claim it, watch this. Let's say you build a fantastic something, whatever it is, just a fantastic something. And they come over and see your fantastic something because you want to think you need to show it to them for some reason. I guess to get, I don't know. Anyway, they see what you got. Like that dude Ford did with Patterson. You know, niggas were making cars on a bigger basis before Ford, right? The man named Patterson Car Company. Everybody know about it. I mean, not everybody, but enough people know about it that you can check around easily and get this information verified. Okay, so fine. So they making cars and stuff. Ford comes over and talk to these niggas. And now guess what? Ford is running. You ain't even heard of Patterson. Because when they can take your stuff, put it under as though it's their stuff, and kill you off or whatever, drown you out, run you out of business, whatever, then the whole next few generations that come along, all they see is their stuff. And then by the time the third generation come along, that's all they know is their stuff that they took and stole from you. And then they think it's theirs. The biggest diamond in the world, Cracker said they own it. They got the diamond. A little colored woman found the biggest diamond. I think it was called a Hope diamond. Biggest diamond in the world up until 87 or something. It was found by a little colored woman. But because the social structure and the doggone handicapped people talking about, that's you my slave, and anything you own, I own. See? Took her stuff, and now they rich and she ain't. And her people ain't. Because they don't own nothing. They don't come up with nothing. They don't find nothing. None of this stuff theirs. If they find it, it's because somebody lost it, not because they figured something out. Talking about they found a whole big old continent and whatever. Oh, the new world. It's new to them. It's old to us. We've been here. And that's what they keep. Oh, no. See, it was empty. Then nobody was here. No, all of this stuff. Y'all come from over there somewhere. We went and got, that's their story. Let me tell you a story. I went and got all your people. I went and got your ancestors. Kidnapped them. Somebody sold them. I don't care. I enslaved them. And I brought them here. And I put them in a little area called whatever you want to call the little area. They like to call them states, which is a state of state is a matter of static situation. Anyway, so now they're going along, and I tell you, I say, okay, so this is the story of your ancestors. They were my slaves. I own you. And that's what you carry around in your chest. I suggest you do not. Nobody owns you. Never did. They say they own you, and right now they can put you in prison and stuff like that, but will they own you? You have to give that up and say, oh man, they got me. When you give up, that's when you lose. You cannot lose until you give up. You stop trying, you just lost. They say that all the time. Your goal, you're not a failure as long as you try. When you stop trying, that's when you become a failure. That's when you become a failure. Not because you were unable to succeed in your goal yet. We laughing. They need that handicap in order to stay even with us. We are mostly a happy people. We start talking all that society stuff and this suppression stuff, and because we don't really understand our position. We think we coming up from slavery. They pushed us. All that nastiness they done taught us to believe is not true. That's all I'm saying. Did slavery exist? In the minds of people. You can call it whatever you want to. If you are misusing or you are forcing somebody into forced labor, call it what you want. I call it forced labor. You want to call it slavery? Slavery is a state of mind. Slavery is a state of capitulation. Slavery is a state that you say that person is master over me. And you go with that. That's why nobody went with that garbage. Look through the annals of their own story. Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner. There's just 2 or 3 people. That's not everybody. It was so many more people saying, no, we're not doing that dumb stuff. We just got a couple of names that we have memorized and written down, and we think that's all because we go by that. That's what I mean by going by their methods, going by the methods and logic of your oppressor can only oppress you. We have to go by the logic and methods of our ancestors, not the oppressor. You learn how he thinks. You got to learn how they think. See, you got to learn how they think. While you learning how they think, guess what's happening? You're not learning how you think. Can't do both of them at the same time, cousin. You can't do both at the same time. You got to learn how you think first. Some guy told me, well, Wale, the doctor this and the doctor that said we got to learn about them, because if we don't learn about how we, somebody said, if you don't understand white something, then say you're never, nah, fuck all that. You got to understand what you are first, right? Because it doesn't matter what they do. What you do is the determining factor of your life. As long as what they do is the determining factor of your life, you ain't in this game. Not for real. You might think it's an illusion to you. You're in an illusion. If you're not determining your own life, someone else is determining your life. You gave them that right to do that. There's no other way anyone else can determine what you do. You determine what you do, and as soon as you capitulate, as soon as you give away that sovereignty that we all have, we are all very sovereign. We don't have to do nothing. Right now, I can sit here until I die. Nothing can move me. All right, until I die. And that's the kind of thing we have to understand, that we are complete and solid sovereigns. We are not cretins. We don't need no handicap. So I'll give you a handicap. Man, listen, they want the money, take all the money. They printing it anyway. I'm about, well, see, the white income is medium, and but they making it. Nigga, if a nigga was making the money, don't you think niggas would have money? Come on. Get the hell out of here. They making the money. So yeah, they got money. Big deal. I'm making paper. So yeah, I got paper. I'm making clothes. So yeah, I got clothes. Whatever you make, that's what you get. That makes sense. But now I'm going to go and do something for him so I can get some paper that he made. And then gave it to me for doing stuff I did for him. So he go in his basement, print up a couple of dollars, give it to me, and my dumb ass takes it and be like, ooh. And tomorrow, guess what? Got to go back to him again and work for him, doing his thing. And he goes down to the basement, prints up a couple of dollars, and give it to me. And I think I'm in there. Get the hell out of here, man. Come on, be real people. See the world for what's right in front of your face. You don't have, I used to say don't read no books and stuff like that and stuff, because I had read so many books. I have seen so many stories. I feel like I was feeling like I didn't need to hear no more, because every story, every book is an opinion. Every book is an opinion. It don't change. It's an opinion. Just like I'm talking now, you reading a book, it's the same. Oh, he got references and stuff, and I hear you call it references, sources. A source is where a thing actually grows and comes from. Not somebody saying, oh, it's over there. No, that ain't the source. The person that told you over there, that's the reference. The thing that's over there, that's the source. Yeah, I don't know what kind of, you talk yourself into a circle by not understanding the words or utilizing the words that are proper to what you want to do. And then you say, oh, this is fucked up and this is that, but you're talking yourself into the circle. And then when I tell you, hey, you're talking yourself into a circle. Well, this is, see, you don't know the truth. Yeah, I tell you what, this has always intrigued me as a funny thing. Most colored people revere crackers and have a very low opinion of niggas. Most just done. It's a done deal. Most niggas have a low opinion of niggas. Most crackers have a low opinion. They know us, but they have a low opinion of us because we won't come up to where we are. So that gives the people a low opinion. You won't defend yourself and your people. People will walk over you. That's just how it goes. If you won't defend, oh, I defend myself, but not your people. If you ain't defending the guy down the road, you are not defending yourself. Why? Because when they finish with his ass, 10 on a group of them, 10 of them beating his ass, and you don't get involved in that shit, when they finish beating his ass, dude, they coming for your ass. But that's him over there. I'm protecting my ass, your ass, your ass. Listen, I don't care how many bullets you got. Are you making bullets? I don't care how many guns you got. Are you making guns? If you ain't making them, you got to go where? To get your bullets and guns. How can you consider, as an adult, now I'm just asking, because I have people talking crazy, and, I'm just exposing insanity as it is. Anybody, you can, wait a minute, I'm going to put the link in again. If somebody wanted to just, ask me a question, whatever, dude, I'm good. Hold on half a second. Low self-esteem is rampant. You are right. And no trust, almost no trust in each other. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I keep saying we must speak truth, raise and revive our ancestors' reputation. You don't even know that's our reputation worldwide. I didn't know. I found out when I traveled the world that we got a reputation outside of this little box that speaks volumes and ancient talk about us. We don't even know because we've been raised up in this little box where they tell us all of these little stupid stories, and then we repeat them stupid stories to our children, and we raise in a whole another generation of slaves because we think and we have accepted that our ancestors were slaves. Listen, the ancestors of a Doberman pigeon are Doberman pigeon. They're not hummingbirds. The ancestors of hummingbirds are hummingbirds. They're not bumblebees. When your ancestor is a bumblebee, you are going to be a bumblebee. It's a done deal. When your ancestors are slaves, you are going to be what your ancestors were. This is science. There's no way around it. This is science, pure, unadulterated. I don't care where you look at, science. Free Papa, I hear you. Yeah. Well, power to us, man. And And even in Papa, people be trying to say that we not this, we not people, we not the same people. Oh, they something else. They not us, nigga. They us. We all niggas. Quit tripping, because some cracker told you you from here or you from there, and so oh no, them people there. That's what they do all the time, man. Listen, they group up, they section out. Listen, have you ever seen a war in America? No, they got war. They call them war theaters. The Middle East is a war theater. Africa is a war theater. This is where they hold. It's a theater, dude. They call it that in their records and they formal and stuff. They're telling you it's a theater. They're performing. And then you come on. It's a theater. It's performance art. Yeah, people coming and dying and all that stuff, but so don't they do that on stage? People be on stage, they fall, they trip, they have heart attacks. It's still life, even though it's on stage, imitating something. But life has to imitate whatever the something is. So when we come into ourselves, like we coming fast too. That's what I was saying. I am loving it. This is a good time for me to be alive, because I am loving the fact that I see our people coming into themselves. Understand? I see so many young people too, understanding themselves and realizing themselves and knowing themselves and picking up on what's really happening and getting out of the narrative that their parents have brought them up through, maybe sometime even what you want to call it, okay, homeschooling and stuff. And those children are coming out now to become like adults, and they're thinking. Most of the people don't think because in the little schools, that's not their forte, to teach people how to think. I mean, that's not really what they're into. Schools don't teach how to think anymore. When I was a youth, that's all they taught was how to think. Now schools teach what to think. You got to memorize this and memorize. Did you get the questions right? All the questions are about stuff you have to memorize and keep in your head and make real so that you can keep it in your head. You got to make it real so you can keep it in your head. And then when they've indoctrinated, that's called indoctrination. Once you got the total indoctrination, oh yeah, you got it. It's in there. Yeah, it's deep. How deep is it? Well, let's give them a test, see how deep it is. And then we give them a test, see how deep it is. And then we find out how deep it is. We say, okay, we got that one. Move him out and bring in the next one. Because they got to, what they call it? You know, an assembly line where they just run them through the different and stamp them, yeah, stamp them, yeah, stamp them. And they move them along. And then at the end of the day, we still in the same position. Why? Because we started out with this mindset that they gave us in the beginning that we don't know nothing. We running through the, remember, we running through the jungle, Tarzan, and then whatever. And ooh, woe is me. Oh, we can't do nothing. I ain't got no power. You say that to yourself 15, 100 times all the time, and you tell that stupid shit to your children. You ain't got no power. If I told that to my children, I would hit myself in the face. I'd be like, nigga, what are you doing to your child? Telling them they ain't got no power. They got crazy power. We got crazy amounts we got so much power. We be spitting it around and slamming it down and pissing it over. We got so much power and we still powerful. Every moment we just bursting with power. And yet, I hear niggas say, but we ain't got no power. It's crazy. It's crazy. There's a thing I write that says, no one trusts anyone that doesn't speak the truth. We know that to be so in our personal life. No one trusts anyone that they don't know to speak the truth. It's a done deal. Or they don't believe, or they don't have some reason to think this person is speaking the truth. And so we don't trust each other because, you know, niggas lie. That I heard that from niggas. The first time and the most times I hear that from niggas. I was on a little panel yesterday with Chaotic Truth. I'm sure some of y'all know Chaotic. I know I'm just pitching him because I think he's intelligent. I think he's compassionate. He wants to figure this out. And I want him to, because we need everybody to understand our position. And he was talking about dumb niggas, talking about children. And he would say he was a teacher. And it's an emotional thing for him. It's a deficiency in his sociology, but it's also emotional inside his person, you know what I mean? That's why he's on the screen every day screaming about it, because it's something inside his emotional being. It's really up here. I just do this, but it's in his whole body now, and it's unsatisfied. And even yesterday, I say, hey man, you say it's not the children's fault, it's the school system, yet you blame the children. We do that often. I don't know what's wrong with these children these days. You know what's wrong with them? The parents these days. That's what's wrong with the children these days, is the parents these days. Whatever that child is doing, for the most part, it was guided by their experience. They didn't just, you know, come here killing people with nines and, you know, wearing their hat to the side. They got that from elders. They got that from older people. It ain't their fault. A child is born in a place where everybody's just killing everybody left and right and left and right. You think they ain't gonna be killing everybody left and right and left and right? Come on, man. Can't be them. Yeah, the guy, well, he's a nigga like me, man. I don't know if you want to start all that delineation, Papa, but people are delineate you and say, you not like us. Don't you see that's what's happening everywhere? That's why I keep saying, and you will get it, that if you allow somebody way over there to get fucked up, and you don't have no, because see, they way over there. They ain't got nothing to do with me. Yes, it does. It's on this planet. It got something to do with you. It's you getting small-minded and myopic. That's not our people. Our people are not small-minded and myopic. You're not representing your ancestors by being small-minded and myopic. Talk about, oh, I only got to defend my house, my family, myself. That's small-minded. Don't you? Hey, you think somebody can blow up a nuclear bomb, let's say 1,000 miles from you, and it ain't gonna affect you? Yet you say, I don't care what they do over there. My nigga, be real. That's what I mean by adulthood. That's a child. A child might say, I don't care what they do over there. I'm gonna stay over here with my toys. That's what children do. Adults know that we're in the planet. We're not in America. We're not in the United States. We're on Earth. They got your mind so fucking fucked. You say oppressed. No, you're compressed. Your mind is compressed. You think this is the world, just the United States. Man, come on. The world is much bigger, and we are all over this sucker. And then some of us are being screwed over there, and some of us are doing well over here, and some of us are doing something over here. And instead of working together and planning together and trading with each other like we used to do, we used to do that. We used to trade with each other, do business with each other, education and all that stuff. We were doing that with each other, man. Come on. They tell you, oh, ain't never been in human history, there's never been Are you utopia? Because as a human is just human. I'm not a damn human. I'm giving what they say about a human. You think you're a human. Listen, all people are not humans. All dogs are not Doberman. Huh? Man. My goodness. And I don't mind that a lot of people think that way. If you want to, do that. I ain't got no problem with you saying thinking that way. I just recommend, for the most part, that you do not. Oh! You talking about that guy? Yeah, I am over there supporting him, and he don't have a lot of hate for us. That's not hate that he's displaying. I found that out yesterday. I do voodoo. Y'all don't do. You're using what you call your oppressors. You're using your oppressors' logic and methodology. I do not. I use my ancestors' logic and methodology. Therefore, it leads me to voodoo. I do voodoo. You can do it too. I mean, actually, you do it, but you don't realize you're doing it. That's the funny part. That's why a lot of people have to go through all them rituals and sacrifices and stuff so they can realize reality. That's what that's all about. People, I'm gonna do this sacrifice so I can get a job. Nigga, you want to get a job? Just go to school, get the fucking technical skills, and get the job. Yeah, sometimes I used to get jobs and didn't even have the technical skills. Dude, I do voodoo. You don't know the value of your ancestry and your ancestors, so you ignore it. And then you blame other people for your condition. And any adult's condition is that adult's responsibility. If he ain't in control, he gave the control away so that he won't be responsible. Because the moment he say, I'm not responsible, that means he's not in control of himself. Who is responsible and who is in control of you, if not you? These questions must be answered. I don't want the answer. I want you to know the answer. I want you to ask yourself the question. I already know the answer. Hell, I'm telling you the answer. You are responsible for you. You're responsible for you. You control you. And whatever you do is always going to be voodoo. You keep telling yourself you're a slave. You keep telling yourself you ain't got no power. See, your words are powerful. And you're telling yourself these things. And the power of you telling yourself these things is greater than someone else telling you these things. For instance, somebody keeps saying, "Oh, you ain't shit." You say, "What? You're gonna push back," as they call it. But when you're telling yourself them things, there's nothing to push back. Oh, once again, this is all science. Man. It's very easy and simple. You're doing voodoo all the time. We cannot do anything else. This is our being. Just like you know, some animals breathe through their mouth. We're not that animal. We're not mouth breathers. Actually, we ingest air. and the rest of whatever. Food, whatever, noise, sounds. We ingest all that stuff. We ingest everything our senses bring in. So what we doing in lapping is, by us lapping right now, we are damn near caught up, and we're about to pass everybody. But we have to come again, catch up, and watch. Our strides are longer, baby. We make longer. I used to run the 220, right? And I noticed I didn't always win because I ran against niggas, man. Niggas is a competition, dude. So anyway, but I noticed myself and anybody, once they get into their stride, that's why I ran the 220 instead of 100. Because 100 was too short for me to get into my stride. Once I got into my stride, each time I moved my foot was almost 6 feet. Every time I went up and came down was almost 6 feet. That's a stride. So there used to people running, they hitting every foot, every yard, every foot, every foot, every foot, every foot, every yard. They stride is about a yard. That's what's 3 feet. When I open my stride up 6 feet, that's how they run 2 steps to my 1 step. See, this is how life is. A Doberman Pinscher is going to take 1 step and he be past a Chihuahua. Because they got different strides. We have different strides. We can't go by the same, like we going by their stride. The mathematics won't add up. If we take their stride numbers and all the calculations that they use to get themselves from A to B, and we try to use them same calculations, we ain't gonna get from A to B the same way. Because our strides are different. You got to have the numbers. You got to find your numbers that work for you to increase our stride and move us forward. We are already moving forward. We can't help but do that. Our ancestors refuse to allow us not to. Our ancestors pushing us forward day and night, whether you realize it or not. I'm saying let's just get in sync with our ancestors and we move forward. It's like sometime I be swimming or something and I can, the current is coming this way. But you get in sync with the current and just ride the current. It's easy. Takes all the stress out of everything and I move much faster. Well, I'm fighting the current, and we fight the current so much. I mean, it's like pathetic. Why we feel like we got to fight the current? We don't. We've been set up to always want to fight. Somebody come in the room and say, "Oh, y'all beautiful people! Look, y'all the bright colors and everything." And the nigga go, "What do you mean by that bright colors? What are you trying to fight?" Niggas get offended. How the hell you get offended? You know, we cause offense when we take offense. People don't even be trying to offend. No, wait a minute. Not only don't people be trying to offend you, but let's go the route you're thinking. What if they are trying to offend you? Why help them? Why say, "Oh, now I'm offended"? Why? When people try to offend me, I laugh. I'm not helping them to offend me. That's stupid. Oh, I'm offended. Oh, you tried to offend me, and guess what? You did it. Oh, you're a great, because you tried to offend me, and you did it. And I helped you to offend me because I took offense. Huh. When somebody tries to offend me, I laugh, and I be like, "Yeah, you can't offend me, baby. The most you can do is talk crazy, but you can't offend me." And so I don't take offense. And so I don't make offense just because I take it. And that's what I see a lot of people doing. Well, what you trying to say? Oh, that sounds racist. Well, see if you would. The boy. Hey, C. Dot. One love, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, I got it together. It took a guy had to come out here and do it. And then he come out here, he did everything, and it still didn't work. He had to take a pen and scrape off the doggone contacts. He was here about 20 minutes, maybe 15, because we turn it on, see it, turn it on. No, I clipped this, put in a new this. Okay, got this. It's still not on. See this and that and that. And then he took the thing apart. He said, oh, wait a minute. And he took it out, looked in it, took a little pen and scratched the thing for the connectors. You know how the little golden looking connectors. Scratched them off so they can get real contact. They ain't been working ever since. Man, that's funny to me. That's what I'm saying, the beauty of life. Life is so beautiful and simple. We think it's hard and complicated because we've been given that narrative that is hard and complicated and you know, the rest of that goes with that. But life is not hard and complicated. First of all, we've been given this doggone, and this is very important, the cosmology that we have accepted, because, you know, you can give somebody something, but they don't have to take it. So when I say, oh, we've been given this and we've been given, well, you don't have to take it. I was thinking about that with my mom. Asked me about my name, because Wale is not the name that she gave me, right? And she was asking, we were talking about it because I love her. We talked. And I say, listen, that was a given name. I just gave it back. I don't have to keep it because somebody gave it to me. If somebody give you an orange, you don't have to eat it. You don't even have to take it. I tried to give a guy some of this stuff I be growing. He said, no, I'm not taking it. I don't want that. I say, why? He said, I got all that stuff in the house. Nigga, I'm here with you. We all got yards. you want to move your stuff to somebody that don't got a yard, because we all got yards. I was just at a particular event, that's all, and most of them people got yards with food in their yard. They ain't just got no grass. But let me tell you something about grass before I leave that thought. Grass is healthy to eat. I got five different grasses in my yard right now, and they're all different, and they all do different things. I have that citronella. I got couscous. I got what they call Bahama. I got bluegrass, and I got putting grass. That's 5 grasses. And I got another grass too, but I don't know the name of it. I brought that grass. I saw it somewhere. I was like, damn, I want that. I brought it to the house. So now it grows periodically around the yard. But grass is healthy. Look it up. Google it. And especially that Bermuda grass. They call it dog's tooth grass. Just look up dog's tooth grass. I mean, you could Google it in 5-10 seconds, man. Come on. If you don't do it, that's because you don't have the curiosity it takes to be innovative and to be utilizing your voodoo at best you can. You can utilize it to any degree. Once you realize you're already doing it, once you realize what is you, then you can start utilizing that because it comes to you. And you say, what is that? But you got to ignite your curiosity yourself. Once you ignite your curiosity, you want to know everything. Like, I want to know everything I can. And not everything. You know, I'm not interested in everything. But when something crossed my mind or something crossed my information thing like this, somebody bring information, I'll go and learn about it. Because why did they bring it? See, I'm into the ancestors. The ancestors presented that information to me in my purview so I could pursue it. We thinking, oh, yeah, fuck them. No, the ancestors and the creator are making things occur. You think it's somebody else, some cracker, somebody. I don't know. I'm just saying, because, you know, slave-minded people think that their master controls the world and everything in it. That's what a slave thinks. That's why they would be a. Why would you be a slave to another man if you didn't think he was in that category of taking, being that kind of being? Oh, so, welcome aboard. Yes. Oh, I put the thing. If you want to talk or say something, you got something to say, a question or anything, just bring yourself. No problem. I think that thing works. The thing I keep putting in there, that link. So I like that. Just give the name back. Oh yeah. Because people used to ask me all the time, "You change your name?" And I'd be like, "No." Yeah, what you mean? It ain't changed nothing. I just gave it back. See, that I learned that there's a difference between a child and an adult. This is what I learned. Most people still haven't learned that, and they still behave like children from a child's point of view because they don't know the difference. They realize it. They know, but they don't realize. It's the difference between knowing something and then realizing something, right? You know spirits exist. Okay, let's say you've heard of that, so you know spirits exist and all that. But until you see it, you don't realize it. Once you see it, you realize it. And once you realize it, it's part of your reality now. That's what I mean by you don't realize it. It has not become part of their reality. And once you see it, it becomes part of your reality. You could try to ignore it and the rest of that and the rest of that, but still it's part of your reality at that time because you realize something. There's a lot of things that you know that you don't know that you know because nothing has brought your attention to that reservoir of knowledge. Nothing has brought your attention to it. Where attention goes, power flows. You give your children attention and see how powerful they get. We must give attention to our children and always give them the truth. I don't care if it hurts your feelings, their feelings don't matter. Always give them the truth. That's the easiest way to lose the respect of a child is to lie to them. Man, I can't tell you how much respect you lose. They give you that. But when you lie, you can't get that back. That's hard to get back, maybe. Don't lie to your children. Never. And then they can pick up on the reputation of not lying to their children. And they say, hey, my dad don't lie. They're either gonna lie, I ain't gonna be like him, or I'm gonna be like my dad. I ain't gonna lie either. See what I mean? But now their attention is drawn to that concept. And then they can deal with it however they personally want to. But don't lie to your children, man. That's the easiest way to lose their respect. And you think, oh, they ain't gonna know. No, they're gonna find out. And when they do, they're gonna lose their respect. You can fool them for 20, 30, 50 years. I just heard that boy Damien is just found out something about his lineage. And that's just right there. That's just right there between in less than 40, 50 years. Excuse me. In a way, I feel like I'm cheating you because every time I look up, like I'm looking up now, I'm looking at coconut trees, banana trees, all kind of trees with fruits and stuff. I'm looking at all kind of birds and stuff like that, and I'm not showing that to you. One day I'll sit out because I don't have the electricity wire to go out and sit in the yard. But I'll wire it up so I can go sit in the yard and you can see what I be looking at all the time. But this is like my natural view is to look at the yard. And so it's a different input. And we all know that if you get a lot of, there's some inputs that will cause a person to black out. You know that? Like fast flickering lights will cause some people to just pass out, go crazy, lose their whole thing. Because what's outside affects what's inside. I mean, most of the people I understand are epileptic. They call it epileptic, meaning that they're susceptible to certain these influences. Epileptic, that's how it is, epileptic. So you have to realize, as an adult, you realize that all of these things are happening all the time. The only person that should change your birth name is the Lord. What Lord? The Lord of Rings? What Lord you talking about, dude? Not you. That's crazy. The Lord. What's a Lord? A landlord? What are you talking about? The Lord. What's that? The Lord. I know you're not talking about that the Lord of Christianity, right? Because I'm not adopted into that ancestry. My ancestors are not my ancestors, somebody else's ancestors. And when they baptize you and bring you into the body of Christ, they're bringing you into their ancestral realm. And you are giving all your energy to not your ancestors, but to theirs. And that's what makes you a slave. When you give all your energy to another, baby, I don't care if that's your wife. Some people be like, you pussy whooped because you're a slave to her. You're a slave to your children. You're a slave to nothing, cousin. You gave up your own ancestry for some Lord and go into their ancestry. I bet you deal with Moses and Peter Pan and the rest of whatever they got in their ancestry that goes with it. I forget all that stuff, what their ancestry is. But you don't have no ancestry. Huh? You got to go with theirs. Your people didn't have nothing, or you one of them niggas with a low opinion of niggas. Yeah, our people had some, but they were savage. They were ignorant. They were heathens. Nigga, I'm a heathen. I'm a heathen and a pagan. I got altars now. I'm a heathen and a pagan. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, I'm a heathen and a pagan. I ain't no human. I don't need no crutch. Us heathens and pagans, we do well. I'm gonna tell you something else. The people y'all follow, that Hebrew garbage, they don't have no hell. The Jews don't believe in hell. Do you? You believe in hell? You know? The people who started that crap, they don't. Because that's their ancestors. How are they going to believe in hell and still talk about their ancestors at the same time? And be revering their ancestors at the same time. We don't do it because we're not revering our own ancestors. So we can do all that crazy. Revere your own ancestors, cousin. That's all I suggest to you. That's all. I ain't mad at you. I don't care about my gov name. I know my soul name. This is what I'm saying. In voodoo, we do, in what I'm going to call it. Hold on just a second. An acknowledged voodoo. We do what's called divination. And that's all I'm going to say. We do what's called divination. And in divination, had my name been divined as a child, I would keep that name and add to it. That name was given. And just like any, it's a placeholder. And then when you really get something, that's when, like a zero, like you got 100. They start you off with 100. Here's 100. They got to give you a zero. It got a placeholder. And then once you do that, then you add to that. Okay, fine. Because I have yet another name that I was recently added to by my elders. They supplied me with another name, my elders. What, about 2 or 3 years ago? I use it still. I use it on this periodically. Oh, there it is now. It's the, what is this? I'm doing Wale. Oh, I see what's going on. Here it is. Hey, I got a lot of stuff going on. I don't even know what's going on. Hold on. I see your Wi-Fi. Okay, that's got that. Okay, free Papa. Lord, I'm wondering about this Lord thing. Okay, there it is, Motingator. I was given that appellation by my elders. So I appreciate everybody having their elders, you know. I listen to my elders. I don't agree with them all the time. Please, I don't agree with them all the time, but for sure I listen to them. And I don't really respect them. I respect myself. That's what I keep telling people. They talk about no disrespect, brother. But soon somebody open up a sentence talk about with all due respect and no disrespect. They finna try to disrespect me. Why would they even talk about respect if they're not gonna indulge in that? You know what I'm saying? But I'm supposed to be stupid, I guess, and don't know that. Anyway, so as soon as they start talking about no disrespect, and I say this with all due respect, it really doesn't matter to me because no one can disrespect me as long as I respect myself. This is what's going on. This is what adults understand. Children can be offended. Oh, look at you, look at Billy. Billy got on some socks with holes in him and stuff. And he's a little child, and Billy's a little child, and Billy be like, oh, mommy, they talking bad about me. And your mama go, sticks and stones may break my bones, but talk will never hurt me. And when you can inculcate this wisdom that your mother just gave you, then you start becoming an adolescent, and then you become an adult. Once you can realize the wisdom that your mother just told you. Yeah. So whatever you want to do, you cannot disrespect me. You can only disrespect yourself. I respect me. I don't give that honor to nobody else. You behave respectfully because you respect yourself. I behave respectfully because I respect myself. I want to behave disrespectfully, then apparently at that moment, see, it's all logical, it's all scientific and very easy to understand. You just have to direct your mind or attention to certain things. And because we are constantly kept up in the societal thing, but we've been socialized, and all our thoughts are back in the societal mode. We leave nature and we go into the normal. We leave nature and go into the normal. And the normal is society, concern, societal concern. Is my car? I need to wash the car. Where the children? All these stuff about money, schools, what this politicians, people on the internet. All those are societal concerns. But they fill up our entire day for the most part. And we are not dealing with nature. We're dealing with what's normal. And what I have been doing is making nature my normal. So I'm normally dealing with nature. And so what most people take as, the societal things, I don't deal with them much. So it's not normal to me. Yeah, it's not normal to me. Like it's not normal to me to see a cracker. Maybe every 5 or 10, 15, I come on the internet and watch movies or something like that. But in real life, in my reality, no, man. I might see one if I go somewhere, but I gotta go somewhere to do that. As long as I don't see that. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I deal with my friends and my neighbors and stuff like that. I don't have to go, because to me that's nature. May not be normal to other people. Oh man, I can go to the store. I go to the store and I don't see no crackers at the store. I go to the restaurant. The colored people run the restaurant. They run this. They run that. And then if I go to a place and the cracker runs it, when I get in there, I turn around and walk out. And they know that. So they hire all their managers and all that, make them all colored because they know if a nigga ain't in your face, you're leaving the place. Right? That's the thing we do in the States. When a nigga ain't in your face, leave the place. Just like that. You walk into Walmart and you look at all the doggone cashiers and ain't none of them colored. Oh no, I'm walking out of there. I don't want none they got. I'll go make it first. I'll go to another store. Like Walmart. I pay more money because I want to see me doing business with me and my people. Maybe they just work there, sure. But to me, when that leaves my hand and go to their hand, that's the currency. That's the currency. And then you build that currency. Because that's the currency. When something moves from one hand to another, with the concept of value, it creates currents, electrical currents, all kind of currency. Things move based upon it. And that's the currency. You can take some paper, like greenback, they be talking about, oh man, ain't no them greenback, they ain't worth nothing. Because they ain't worth nothing because it ain't currency. The value has to move with the thing. So now we have something of value that's in the value is always in the mind. It don't matter, gold, whatever it is. The value is always in the mind. If you don't know how to use gold, if you don't know how to use silver, it's not as valuable to you as someone who does know how to use gold and silver and what its value is medically, what its value is electronically, what its value is fucking agriculturally. If you don't know metals like that on that kind of basis, they're all weeds to you. Like I told the guy, I said, man, there's some medicine right there for what you were complaining about in your yard. He looked out. He said, Wale, them all weeds. And he closed the door. Because to him, they're all weeds. I'm looking at 4 or 5 medicinal herbs. He said, they are all weeds. Wale, them all weeds. And slammed the door. And he went and got 2 or 3 operations on some city because he got in his own yard. Because this is how our ancestors push us. Most of our cures, most of our ailments, anything we see as a problem, the cure for it, the remedy, is right in front of our faces almost all the time. Almost, dude, I've been looking at this for almost 50, how you say, 5 decades, for 5 decades. I watch when I see myself in a dire situation, and then I watch how it turned out. And over all them periods of turning and watching other people as well, I have learned, especially watching other people as well, I have learned that usually, whatever the situation is, the cure is right around in their immediate surroundings. We just have to realize what that cure is. But the remedy, it's usually in our immediate surroundings. I'm just saying that's what I have found to be so. And we talk, well, I ain't gonna do that because it's in your surrounding. You know it's a remedy, but you don't do it because you decide from your socialization and your indoctrination that you're not going to do it. But it's there. And when you think about it, especially if you're over 30 years old, 30, 40 years old, you realize that what I'm saying, you've actually seen it, you've actually experienced it, and you determined and made a decision not to follow what you saw was your remedy at some point. We've all experienced, that's what I'm saying. See, at certain points in life, certain experiences must occur. That they occur with or without you. It don't matter where you're at, up, down, dude. It don't matter if you're tall, short, woman, man. Certain things in life occur at certain paths in life occur there. And they're gonna occur there, whether you know it or not, whether you try to deal with it or not, whether you, if you know it and you deal with it, you can use it as a springboard to go to the next level. And it's all, I guess you could call them levels, but it's all the same, but your perspective gets like you get removed from it. You're removed from it. Once you get outside of a thing, you can see it from the outside. You have, because now you're objective. As long as you're in the situation and you see it, what am I going to do? And your whole mind is subjective. Everything that comes to you is going to be subjective. Lukumi, I know Lukumi, yeah. Lukumi means friend. There is a tribe in Suriname called the Alukus, yeah. But Lukumi is practiced in Cuba. They simply call it Lukumi. Lukumi means my friend. And usually the Cubano say Lukumi because they want to get involved with our voodoo. And they're saying, we are not trying to, by saying Lukumi, they were saying, they are not our enemy. They are not trying to hurt us. I'm your friend kind of thing. I want to get in. Yeah, they want to get in, but still they want to take over. See, once they get in, they want to take over. Like right now, I know several Cubanos who call themselves Yoruba priests. Babalawo and different things. Because they want to get in. And once they get in, just like any place else they get in, like Columbus got into America, then they want to take over. Like all them other people got into these different places like Papau and stuff. And then they come in, oh yeah, we friends, we're here. Eat our peanut butter or something. They give you something. Yeah, we just love you. And all that liberal crap because they want to get in, figure out how to get your thing, figure out how to get to the top, be giving you stuff. Oh, hey, oh, well, see, he treats me better than the niggas do. Yeah, they want that to happen so that they can get in and take it over. There ain't no fun with them. They thought they could run that on me, and as soon as they come out, look at me, look at me. I was looking at them. I was like, oh, you think I'm crazy? You think I'm a? And then they want to take you into Santeria. You know what Santeria is if you know Lukumi. Damn, most people don't even know Lukumi. They know Santeria. So about you knowing Lukumi, so in my tongue, Lukumi means look at me. We say Lukum. What's your tongue? You have to tell me what's your tongue, you say, in your tongue. And I'll tell you what I know. Look at me. Yeah, okay, I can go with that too. I was saying it as it is used. But go ahead. What does your tongue say? What is your tongue? Tell me your tongue, please. You could tell me or you could write it down, man. I mean, I keep putting the link in there. You can come up on the link and tell me your tongue and stuff, man. I thought Luku was for loco. Oh, you double stepping. You double stepping. Luku was for loco. What's your tongue, baby? And then we can go somewhere. Otherwise, it's going to be very unprogressive. That line of conversation will be very unprogressive. Tell me your tongue, as you say. I think that's what you say. In my tongue. Yeah. Look at me means something. What is your tongue? Scranon. Serenon. Where's Serenon? Is that South? That's South America? I have to Google. Is that South? See, that's why I like people to talk. I don't do all this reading and stuff. Now I got to condense my board, look up where Suriname is. Yeah, I'm looking for where it's in South America. Okay, then now I'm with you. Okay. So you are interchanging the Luku with loco. And I could tell you right away, in Luku and loco usually mean something different things. That's been my experience. I just filtered those terminologies through my understanding of 4 languages, and the Luco and Loco are not interchangeable that I know of. But if you can interchange, are they interchangeable in your tongue? That would be interesting. Or are you just saying when you saw Luku, you assume Loco, because Loco is your tongue? I don't know. See, that's why I say talk to me, because I am so confused now. I got a lot of questions. I don't to set this thing so it makes sense. That's why I say, yeah, I could do this. We could do this, but what is the Tataloka is the capuchi? Oh, okay, I know. The sacred tree. Kapok. Kapok. Is that the one they call the silk tree? Kapok. No, kapok. Is that silk tree or milk tree? It has milky white liquid, blood. When you break it, it bleeds white. I know that one, and I know you say kupak or kapak. 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 Okay, I know kapak as a white tree. It bleeds white. That's what they be making the stuff out of, that they fill blankets and thick clothing for the weather with. The tree, the blossom makes a nice filler, almost like cotton, and it's called kapak. And then what's the other way I've seen that word used? Oh, it come to me. I probably should look it up. Yeah, the other name that came to me, I'm not sure it was the name of what you might call it or what it might be called. Hold on half a second. I'm going to look it up, the next word. The next thing I was thinking about. It's the one that grows the raspberries. That's the one that's called the silk tree. But I'm thinking silk tree or not raspberry. Yeah, raspberry. I'm trying to find. I'll just ask for the kapak tree in a minute. I just want to see what this is called. They're not telling me the name. It's not raspberry I'm looking for. I'm looking up your tree name so I can see what kind of tree we're talking about real quick. Oh, I see. Okay. Hot and damn. Is that one of them? Yeah. Royalty. Rainforest. And Seba Pentandra. It do have a cotton seed. So I do have a cotton-like seed and fiber, right? Where you at? Damn, I'm talking to. Yeah, cotton tundra. I was just looking. It's a high tree, and it do blossom something that has it's a soft thing that blossoms have that it's like cotton, and you can stuff things with it. I know it from that use of stuffing, garments and blankets for cold weather. And I'm looking at the contanti concanti. Hold on, I have to go to the next window, see what they're calling it. Okay. Oh, here we go. Another name. Seba. They call it Seba, Java, cotton, Java, silk cotton, and Samauma. Samauma. Does it grow a cotton-like fiber? If you say yes, it can go up to 200 feet. Yeah, this is the one I call the. I don't know if it bleed white then when it's that big. It's in Taino. Selba is from Taino language, they say. Seba. Ah. The best known and most widely cultivated species of kapok, Seba pentandra, one of several trees known as kapok. So we aren't good for that. The thing that I was saying is, they say Seba is a Taino word, right, for the tree, and I know a dude that is called uh, uh, Jaba Jabali Seba. That's his appellation, and he runs the House of Seba. I think that's very interesting. That's why I say we have to be careful about how we're going to be delineating people, because our answer, we have to see our connection without physicality. Our connection does not depend on physicality, and wherein we have things in common all over, we don't realize that we have these things in common because we don't have sometimes physical connection. Like right now, that's why I love the internet, because it gives us physical connection. I'm talking to you, somebody who's from where, I forget the name of the place you said, Suriname. And when we're talking about a tree, but with the internet and stuff like that, we can go and look at the tree, talk about it, and learn about it and stuff like that. We can interact and move ourselves so far forward so quickly. So I'm saying the internet is actually moving us, helping us to move forward quickly and unifying easily worldwide, because it's in our best interest to unify worldwide in its eventuality for trade, commerce, and defense. If they're going to put it like that, because some nations are, how do I say, some nations are offensive, and if you're not prepared for a fight, you know, Kankan tree. Oh, Kankan tree. Oh, I get you with the TRE for tree. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what another thing too. You using TRE for tree instead of TREE for tree in that last post you made. Yeah. Okay. So watch when another person, let's say from Lagos, right, or either Tokyo, they look at well, it don't matter. It can be from anywhere. They look at what you just wrote and they see it differently, and they're going to use the I as a connection point to your I, and then they may see it the same way or they may not. That's why I say that loco and the loco, as far as I know, they're two different things, especially in Spanish, because loco means insane, doesn't it? In Spanish. So the Cubans wouldn't use loco, and loco is, I don't think loco comes from them, not from Spanish. I mean, it's not from this. I don't think it's a Spanish word. Lucumi. I'm pretty sure it's not a Spanish word. I'll look it up and see what language it is, but I'm pretty sure that ain't no Spanish word. Mm-hmm. Oh, them just finding MLI. Yeah, anyway, even AI says Lukumi is a language, or more accurately, a lexicon of Yoruba words and phrases used in liturgical contexts of Santeria. The word Lukumi is believed to have originated in Benin Kingdom in the 15th century, possibly from a Yoruba greeting. So yeah, there you go. We looked into Lukumi. So you can see it's not about the tree. Some things we associate and we're good with it. Some things we have the free association. But it's always good to talk about it so we can straighten certain things out, right? Alukus is the name of a Maroon tribe. What does that mean, Maroon tribe? The lady was called Boni Avery. What do you mean by Maroon tribe? Of a Maroon tribe. Alukus. I'm listening. I'll tell you why I say that. I'll put it in the chat in a minute why I say that. But and there's sacred practice. Sacred ends with a D, and that sacred practice is called Winti, and the local or concontrity tree. Oh, the local is the tree. Okay, I get you now. Is their tree of life kind of? It is. I get what you're saying. It's the ancientness. I get it. I get it. Of course. Maroon or maroon. But what that mean? Because I got a meaning, and I'll show you the meaning that I get from it. That's a Spanish word. Maroon is a Spanish word, is what I've been told, and it has a specific meaning, and I'll show you that meaning in a moment. I'm looking for it now. I have it somewhere in Word. Maroon. Oh, here it is. Spanish translations for brown. Maroon. I was just talking. I wasn't talking. I was watching a movie. I was watching a movie, and the people were saying how Maroon in the movie, it's like a cowboy movie, and she referred to the people as Maroon, and they meant brown. So when I put in here Spanish translations of brown, adjective maroon. You see that right away? So the Spanish, when they say maroon, that's why I say, what do you mean by maroon? Because I don't know what you mean by that, except are you talking about brown people? They call themselves, you call them maroons, and I don't really understand what that means to you. I know what it means. It's just what they are called. And in Yucca, oh, I have to hear that word. Yucca. Yucca. I think I've heard something very close to it before. Duca. Yeah, I think I've heard something very close to that coming out of Trinidad. That sound. Duca. Yeah, I heard something very close to that coming out of Trinidad. But what I'm looking at is that we have all of these wonderful things that we can coordinate, and we have the time right now and the ability and the accessibility to coordinate all of these wonderful things like yourself. These are thousands of miles that we are coordinating in seconds, in hundreds of seconds. So at this time, it's a great time. It's a great time for us to uh, revere our ancestors by reviving their reputation and having their reputation be our stick, as it were, our car. Because when a person, anybody in the world, when anything, anybody in the world, you could put it to yourself as an individual or as a group, and it don't really matter. When somebody tell you they're going to be there at 8 o'clock to pick you up, and they're there at 8 o'clock, you can use that. But if they tell you they're going to be there at 8 o'clock, oh yeah, cimarron means brown too. Or not cimarron, it means light brown actually, cimarron. I can look that word up specifically. But you could Google it too as well. And then maroon, or maroon, that's just, yeah, cimarron duca. Duca, I would say dark brown. Some people say cimarron, and then duca means dark. From what I understand, okay, from my understanding of how these things are done. But as I said, you can actually look it up yourself and see what cimarron, it sounds Spanish, or out of the Latin lending languages, cimarron, but it may not be. But I'm thinking it comes with the same concept of cinnamon. Cinnamon. Yeah, cimarron. I'm thinking it's coming from that same context. And cinnamon is light brown. You know, a lighter brown. And then with duca with it, it's not, it's another adjective. So this is what I'm saying. We are moving forward. We are lapping. Don't feel like please feel like you have power. Feel like you have ancestry of your own. You don't have to adopt somebody else's, and their ancestry, their religion, because all religions, and I'll put this in there too. This is the next thing. All religions are the same. All religions are simply a matter of ancestor reverence, not worship. People like to say worship. It's ancestor reverence and national. What I mean by national culture is the culture of your ancestors, your natal culture, the lineage culture. That's what all religions are, a reverence of your ancestors and a following of your natal culture. Now, you could do that. You can revere your ancestors, or you can revere someone else's. And this is where we have what they call it, something about choice. We have been given choice. We can decide to go with our ancestors, I'll go with somebody else's ancestors. Yeah, we have that choice. So, what I'm suggesting is that we go with our ancestors so that we can see what we are doing. Yeah, okay. I'm agreeing with anybody that says that. All religions. Forgive my spelling. Laugh out loud. I speak Suriname, Dutch, and now English. Very good. I would love to speak with you, but I mean, Dutch calls them bush Negroes. Yeah, see? Yeah, I'm in the bush now. I'm a bush nigga. I ain't got no problem with that. I know that's what they call them, and I appreciate that. But a lot of times when they call us a name, we are offended by the name they call us. And I'm saying I take no offense. And so I'm not offended being myself. And what they want, if we're willing to do by being offended, we're going to try to be more like them, which is silly, which means we adopt their ways and we adopt their ancestry and we adopt their natal lineage and neglect our own. And this is what I'm saying. As long as we coming back now to our own ancestry, Garrison, I'm glad you agree. Thank you, 100. Now that we are coming back fast too to our own ancestry, and right now we just getting there in a mass. We haven't, it's not worked out so everyone can, la-di-da. It's a lot of different, it's a coagulation of different thoughts and perspectives, opinions and stuff right now, but the mass is moving. I'm looking at the mass. I try not to be myopic, because when I'm myopic, all you see is this little thing here and you're looking like that. You don't see that big old shit over there, like they call it the elephant in the room. You know what I mean? No, look at this fly. Fuck the elephant. Look at this fly. No, I look at the elephant and see what's the big. I try to take myself out so that I can look at the whole thing objectively by taking oneself out of the predicament, outside of the event. We have the ability to do that. We have the ability for astral travel, lucid dreams. Now, we got so many abilities in the non-physical world. It's still reality in the non-physical reality. Think about it, non-physical reality that affects physical reality. Such as in my study, this is what got me deep. And it was able to see concretely and clearly what's going on. Being a child, as they say, a child of Oya. I had to explain that to my mother too. So you're a child of Oya, that mean I'm not your mother no more? And I was cracking up. She, why you laughing? Because my mother, right? And I would say, oh no, Oya is not a person. When I say I'm a child of Oya, I'm talking about an invisible, a non-physical force. Oya is a non-physical force. I mean, there are physical forces and then there are non-physical forces. That's just reality of the real world. Another one, I got two. Oya and oh no, not an element. Oya is a force, an energy. Yeah, not an element. Elements, I get the elements. Elementals is in the physical world. This is it all in the physical world, element and elementals, because there are things that, in that too. But it's a study. So yeah, I say be your authentic self, as you put it, being the self that you are from inside. Come on, live from inside to outside. A lot of us are living from outside to inside, being that, oh, what they gonna think of me if I do this? They think that you think to do something inside and you don't do it because you considering what outside is gonna. So now you're suppressing your internal from expressing, because that's what it's called, expressing, meaning coming out. You're suppressing yourself, your own self, from coming out because of your concerns about the outside, instead of realizing that your inside is determining the outside. And by expressing your inside, you are determining the outside. This is voodoo. It's just that simple. The knowledge and the understanding of what's going on when you're doing that is acknowledgeable voodoo, but you're always doing voodoo. Even when you suppress yourself, you're doing that too. There's no other power that can suppress you from expressing yourself but you. The thing is, the mind, we suffer from mental slavery. Yeah, it's all mental slavery, and I'll tell you that. And this is Winty too. Winty, I heard that before. Have you ever heard of Mariah? I'm just putting stuff out that I know is from that area, somewhere near that area. Mariah. They say we call the wind Mariah. Anyway, some call the wind Oya. It's a force. It's an energy. Electricity is a force. It's an energy. Tell you something about electricity. In every square foot, every square yard, 25 volts of electricity in every square yard and space that we walk through, live in. The whole thing is electrically energetic. You ever see them little games that you can, the thing will go from here to there and hits these wires at the top and gets energy as an electric? In a way, we're doing that because the entire atmosphere is electric. It's full of that energy. You can look it up. Atmospheric electricity is called. I'll show it on my, because I can show my screen. So hold on. Because I want everybody, I mean, a lot of times people be like, oh, yeah, you say that. Yeah. And then, oh, I believe fuck that. As, what did I call it? Atmospheric. Not electricity. Atmospheric electricity. They like to tell you, talk to you about atmospheric pressure. That's to keep your mind out of what's really going on. Atmospheric electricity encompasses the electrical phenomena occurring within the Earth's atmosphere, including lightning, atmospheric ionization, and other electrical processes. It involves the movement of electrical charges between the Earth's surface, the atmosphere, and potentially other regions, which is very interesting. They added that potentially other regions. I'll mention that because of ley lines. There's a thing called ley lines. This is not even on my thing. Let me share my screen and how you do that. Anyway, I'll make it happen. Present. How you do that? Damn. Let me see if I can from where I'm at. No, I'm not going to do it from where I'm at. I want to share it because I want you to be able to see it. I got to pull it up on something. I have to pull it up somewhere else. I'll get better at it, but right now it's just, let me see what I got to do. Just bear with me a moment. I'm going to get online and share this thing. Okay, let me get rid of that. We get online and share the whole thing so we can go over it. If you want to go over it, I mean, I should know how to do it, and I've never done it before. So please bear with me. I think it'll take less than a minute. Okay. I have to use 2 different windows. Here I come. Okay, beautiful. We're at 30 seconds, so I'm almost there. Uh, yeah, go on. Yes, sir. Turn it off the phone. Okay, got that. Hmm. So far, I'm getting a feedback, and I don't. But hey, I'll make it happen. So I said one minute, and it's 2 minutes. Okay, now make that present. Ookie dookie. We're getting there now. The quickness. All I gotta do is share the screen. There it is. Okay, so now I know. What does it read though? It reads atmosphere, yeah, and it talks about the different stuff that's going on in the atmosphere. So, and I was saying the ley line, I'm still getting a feed. Damn, what to do about that? Hold on. I gotta work on this. Hold on. I'm working. Well, I have to do that next time. Respect elder reading without glasses. I need glasses to read. I do too. Most things that's big, but what can I say? These little things on here, I try to make them bigger, right? Uh, yeah, I was saying about the what was the name of that thing? Atmospheric. I'm gonna do it in here in this window. Uh, atmos- They'd like to give you atmospheric pressure, which is cool. I mean, atmospheric pressure has a lot to do with what they call gravity. But the electricity is what I was talking about, something we could actually use. Uh, and they said, watch this. This is very interesting. They say atmospheric electricity was discovered by Ben Franklin. This is what I'm saying. They just gonna claim jump that. Nobody even knew about it until Ben Franklin. None of their people. It's just like they say about what's his face? What's that guy? Sharamas Columbus. When they say, "Oh, Columbus," discovered America, right? Columbus ain't discovered nothing. People, I'm gonna put it up. Did I ever bring it up? I want to present something. So I'm gonna say present, share my screen, put it up so everybody can see it. Atmospheric pressure. I think you can see the screen now as it reads. You can make it big or small. And they say that even the electricity, I say, okay, so what you're going to tell us, who, I put it in there. And they say atmospheric electricity was discovered by Ben Franklin, which is positively, without a doubt, not true. I don't even have to think about it. I mean, it's like saying, wow, that's stupid. Or, and when I put it into a framework of truth, he discovered it for them. That's what I like to do. Put everything in the framework of truth and see how does it make sense in the framework of truth. Columbus discovered America in the framework of truth. And I say, okay, let's take that as truth. Columbus discovered America. Let's just take it as truth. Then you got to say, for who? He discovered it for his people. He didn't discover it for the whole world, the Chinese or whoever other people in the world. No, he discovered it for his. Matter of fact, what's their name? Some Dutch people or something like that. I forget. Dutch, Nova Scotia, or something like that. They say, according to Thor Haldal, something like that. They came to they got records of coming to the Americas before Columbus. So how did Columbus discover it? And that's just patently untrue out of their own historiography. I don't need mine. I don't even need to think about it. That's why I say I don't even need to think about it. It doesn't even bear thinking about. It's upfront on its own thing alive. Now they say, what year was that? Ben Franklin, 1700 something. Yet electrical uses were being done throughout the world, and they bringing it up now, digging it up, all them kind of things. People are realizing that's what they're looking at. That's why I tell everybody, watch Previn. Previn. I'm gonna show Previn myself. Previn Mohan. If he strikes my station, then more power to him. But he does that thing with in Cambodia. He's an Indian guy. He's Hindi. Let me put it that way. He's Hindi, and he goes around to all the temples, and he's showing all the way they work, all the mechanics, how it's set up. It's crazy work that cannot even be reproduced these days with the modern tools. Cannot reproduce the work that was done in so-called ancient times. It can't even come close. Can't do it today. They don't have not only the tools not to do it, they don't have the technology. Remember, Sirius was being tracked by the Dogon for centuries. The cracker, I don't want to be rude, but the cracker didn't get that information until he met them. And now he's like, oh, I got the telescope and I'm looking at I know everything. No. Columbus ain't discovered it, and neither did Ben Franklin. He discovered it for them. Now, in the body of, when I frame it in the frame of truth, this story about Ben Franklin, I say, yeah, he discovered it for his people. And then it rings true. He didn't discover it for nobody else. It's not meant for nobody else to take that seriously. It's only meant for his people. He discovered it for his people. What does discover mean? It means to remove a cover. He removed their cover of ignorance. It was always there. It was covered up. in there. That's why I say whatever remedy we want is always right in front of us, but we don't know it because it's covered up in our ignorance. We have to be able to see what's really in front of our face for what it is. Like I told the guy, the herb out there will deal with what your thing is. He looked out the door and said, "Oh man, all them weed. That's them just weeds." I saw 4 different herbs. I saw anyway. I saw 4 different herbs, and he said all he sees is weeds. The 5th herb, because it was another herb in his yard. I didn't know that one. I admit, I didn't know the name at that time. I know it now. That's what I mean by you have to turn on your curiosity. You have to turn your curiosity button, push it wherever it exists. Push your curiosity button. Always be interested in learning something. Don't believe you can't learn nothing. Don't believe you have so many mind cells you can't. We don't use even 10%, I am told, of our mind, our brain. So you don't have, you got plenty of space. You got plenty of space. Don't feel like, oh, I can't use it. And I say we are, let me explain that. The reason we feel that we are behind and we don't really know that we are in front is because of our mind. Our minds are being influenced by the outside world constantly. This is a constant influence. You must recognize it for what it is as an adult. As a child, you may not know. You can just sense it. As an adolescent, you start learning these things and how to manipulate it and how to keep your mind disciplined, right? Because we control the mind. The mind will convince you that it is you. I say it again. The mind will convince you that it is you. You're not your mind. Your mind is a tool like a computer, but it's on board. It's an onboard computer. The brain is the actual computer. The mind is the software, right? But it's an onboard computer. I mean, the brain is the hardware and the mind is the software. But it's an onboard computer, right? It takes in all the sensors from all the sensory input, all the sensory input from the optical input, all that, the tactical, by tactical I mean the touch influence, and then what do you call this stuff here when you breathe it? All of these influences. We take all them senses, all our sensors, because this thing here is a machine. It's a bodysuit, but I call it a spacesuit. It's a spacesuit so we can interact with space, because what we truly are is not physical, but physical is involving space. And so we need a space suit. We can come out of the space suit and do that astral stuff I was talking about a little earlier, or the lucid dreaming and all that. That's when you leave the space suit. You just, because you can't take the space suit into outer space. That's outer space. It's not in space. It's outer space. Space is where we are now, because from here to there is a space. However, it is not empty. It is just not physically full. Like electricity is not physical either. It's another force. So not like I was saying about wind. It's another force of nature. We call those forces of nature different names. I think she was calling it earlier here Renti. Yeah, Renti. So you can call those forces of nature whatever your people call them, because that's an ancestral, what I was saying about all religions. We revere our ancestors and we look at the world from their point of view and perspective, and we deal with it, our ancestral logic, because guess what? That's how you got here. People talk about our ancestors failed. I failed us. Our ancestors, they fucked up and all that did. Well, how are you here? You are here because of their success. If they fucked up and you are here because they fucked up, then you are a fuck up. See, the logic, you have to take stuff and utilize it for what it is. First of all, you should automatically revere your own ancestors. Automatically, somebody got to damn near beat that out of you. And if that's not the case, then what's wrong with you? If they fucked up and the fuck up that they did produced you, the fuck up that you are, you know what that reminded me of right away was Gnosticism. In Gnosticism, they said this, the Gnostic God, the one that they say run the earth and stuff, the physical God, the one, Jehovah and all that. The Gnostics say that was an ill-gotten birth. The rest of the pantheon of gods didn't okay that, through the laws of how they come about. They didn't okay that, and the mother was supposed to kill that god because that god was a fuck up. You read the Gnostic text. That god was a screw up. I forget what they call his mother, but his mother hid him away, and now he's messing up over here, okay, where we are, until they get rid of him, because he was a misanthrope. He was a what do you call it? He was a thing that need to go back to and try again, come again. Some babies, look, I'm saying this, man. I'm born as a baby now. I had to contemplate this as a baby. I'm born as a baby, and I'm all crooked and bent up and like that. And somebody say, you know what? We should send him back and let him try again. I'll be like, yeah, do that. Yeah, do that. I don't want to spend 20, 30 years off. People got to stay back with me. I can't move and do nothing. Have fun with the children. Come on, man. I wouldn't put a child through that torture. I wouldn't put a soul through that torture. Why would you torture a child? But anyway, this is just me speaking about things. And then as it goes through, the next time that being, because we are beings, we ain't got nothing to do with physicality. Man, I died today. It's just there you go. It's just that simple. You died today, there you go. It's just that simple. But we think that there's something else. I don't know what we think there's something else. We came here to do something. When we came, before we got here, we had something to do. That is to express there's something that's inside us, because it was deposited, as we say, from the inside to the outside. It was deposited. What we are is still us. We have to express that us in this real space, this spatial world that we've been given access to. Because each birth is giving access to space, this spatial world, this physical world. And we have duties. We came here to do something. And all we have to do is, like somebody said, express our authentic self. Right? We express our authentic self. And that way we are doing what we came to do. That's just that simple. It don't change or rearrange. The whole thing is really lovely. Life, when we were supplied with everything we need. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. If you just think about it, do the math. If you didn't have everything you needed, how are you here? We have had everything we needed from birth. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. We would be dead whenever. But we had enough air, food, clothing, care, all of that stuff. And we didn't bring none of it with us. It was all provided for us by, some people say, the creator. The creator is the creation. I'll say that again because it's funny to me. The creator is the creation. The creator is constantly creating. The creator did not create and then go lay down somewhere. That's, that is just spectacularly funny to me that people will inculcate that kind of stupidity. I should use another word. Let me just. I can't think of another word. Stupidity. That's all I got. I can't. I don't. The creator. That's why it's called. Listen. I'm the wood carver, but I don't carve wood. I carve wood. I used to be the wood carver. But then you say he used to be the wood carver. Oh, he used to be the creator, but he ain't in that business no more. Or is he the creator? The creator is always creating. It's that's just logic. When the creator stops creating, he ain't no longer the creator. He used to be the creator. Once we stop thinking, we become. Yeah, a lot of people, watch me. I'm going to say this about thinking. I see thinking as slowing me down. I rarely think. It slows me down. The thinking requires sensory, and I'm going to tell you what I call thinking. Maybe I should say that first. What I call thinking. Thinking is taking a load of sensory inputs, feeding all those sensorial inputs into the hardware that synthesizes all those sensory inputs through the software we call the mind. And then the mind juggles those things or attempts to reason those things to some degree, which, like I said, is more like a computer. Garbage in, garbage out. And that's what the mind is, garbage in, garbage out. However, the mind works for my mind, anyway, works for me. Some people, like I say, imagine their mind is them. It's an easy method. I tell it all the time. Simply count silently from 1 to 100. Doing that, that's an exercise to separate the mind from you, or you from your mind, and you can realize your mind is a tool that you control. It is not you. Count from 1 to 100. What happens is you're giving your mind an order, like any other computer you type it in. The mind will count from 1 to 100, but you have to tame it to do so. It will try not to because it has not been tamed. Sometimes it won't even do it. It'd be like, I ain't gonna do that. And you allow it to run your life. But when you say, no, mind, I'm gonna count, I want you to count from 1 to 100. And your mind starts counting and get to 25 and start trying to think and filter to do the weave like Trump be doing, just adding all kind of crazy stuff. And your mind just be doing and want to come off the numbers. Then you start back at 100. I mean, at 0 and get to 100. Force your mind silently. Don't let your mind use your mouth. Make it go silent, because that's where the clash is, in the non-physical. Don't speak the words. Have your mind talk to itself by counting the numbers. And then you can see that you are controlling your mind, what it is and what you are not. Your mind is a tool. A tool. Like, okay, people think time is real. Time is a tool. It measures the movements. That's all time does, is measure. It's a you can make it up any kind of way you want. You can call it seconds, parsecs. You can call it gingerbread. You can call it whatever. And everybody agreed that that's what the movement means. Then there you go. It's time. There's 4 or 5 different calendars in use right now around the world. 4 or 5 different calendars are being in use right now around the world. I'll say it again. 4 or 5 different calendars are in use around the world today. The time is different for everybody. Different. They see it different. They're moving it different. Their time, the whole thing is different. Some people, their New Year is in June, what you call June, and that's a new time. Anyway, they just made that one up too. June and Julio and all that stuff. That's from their ancestry and their lineage. And their national lineage. And so they make up a time to do that. The Chinese got a calendar from their ancestors and their lineage, their national. Come on, cousin. That stuff ain't real. It's all made up. It ain't real. All you doing is met time only. It ain't real. Time simply is a unit to measure movement. When there's no movement, it is said that time stood still. In this physical world, there's never a time of no movement. Whether it's discernible movement or not, but there's never a time of no movement. Atoms are busy moving. If there's nothing else, we know that. Currents, air currents, all stuff is there's never a time of no movement. That's why the creator is always creating. All of that is the creation. All of that is the creator creating. Everything, all the time is being moved. It's moving, it's being created. The creator is omnipotent, omnipresent. And there's another omni. Oh. Knows everything. The creator knows everything. No, the creator ain't like, God knows your heart. No, the creator knows everything. Don't even waste your time with what the creator don't know. I'm gonna hide this. I don't know, not from the where you gonna hide it? You're gonna hide it in creation. You can't hide creation from the creator is creating creation. How are you gonna hide creation? This stuff is funny to me. They sell that to us, and then we start thinking in them crazy. That be our crazy, stupid logic, and then we go for it, and we try to use their logic to work it out. But their logic don't even deal with how we move around through our ancestry. Our ancestry recognizes right away that all reality is not physical. We must know that electricity is not physical. It's a force that affects the physical world. The wind is not physical. It affects the physical world. Moves the leaves, moves the trees. Hey! But you can't capture wind in a bottle. No. You can't see it nowhere. It has no physicality. It's a force like we are forces. We are not physical. And we can do stuff outside of our physical self, but we don't even look that way because we have been told that to even think that way is outside of God and the Lord, then you be this and that. And I'm telling you, the people who started that garbage, they don't even have a hell, yet they selling a hell and a heaven to people. That's a game. If you don't do it yourself and you're still selling it as though it worked, then you're selling a con on people. That's how you recognize a con. You go to the people. You know what? I went to the Chinese restaurant. I used to go to Chinese restaurants. And I never go to Chinese restaurants now. If the entire place of customers ain't full of Chinese people, I'm not eating that food at a Chinese restaurant. I want to see Chinese customers come up and buy the food. When I go to a Chinese grocery store. Chinese be in there buying food left and right. I buy that. But that stuff they sell to foreigners and they don't eat it, I'm not eating that. Arabs be coming over and opening their stores and selling stuff to our people that they don't consume themselves because they don't care about us. We care about us very little because we've been told we are slaves and we low and we don't got no power and we are inconsequential. I've not heard a nigga say he's inconsequential. I heard that out of his own mouth. He said he's inconsequential. God damn it, I can't argue with you. You're gonna say you are of no consequence. You're gonna say you ain't got no power. I'm gonna step all over you. I'm just gonna walk by you. I ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm gonna go with that line. When you say you got power, you got consequence. Now we can get in the game. We can do something because I know you can make something. Because power means the ability to make things happen. Power means the ability to make things happen. Whatever the thing is, you have the power to make it happen. And that's what's going on. The power to make something happen. You got that power. Don't sell yourself or your please. That's child abuse. To tell your children they ain't got no power. That's child abuse. That's spiritual child abuse. You just beating them over the head. Well, you know, you nasty piece of something. Telling your own children they ain't got no, and anybody else's children, they ain't got no power. But you know you can't do that because we ain't got no power. We can't do that because we ain't got this. We can't do that because we ain't got this. And my first thought, I used to bug my dad with this one. He ran that line at me. I was a child too. I was very little, under 5 years old. And I would ask him, I say, okay, we don't have it. Can we make it? Answer that question. I don't understand we don't have it, but we can make it, can't we? And he cracked up. He said, you funny. It's the reality. We can make it. No, we don't have this. No, we don't have that. No, we don't have that, Wale. We don't have that. See, we don't have. The one who said we don't have it is responsible to make it. The one that can see the flaw is responsible to fix the flaw. People walking by and don't see the man on the ground. That's why people ignore. They call it ignore. Do you know ignore is a verb? To ignore is a verb. To imbue ignorance. You're doing the ignorance to yourself. It's called ignorance. When you're ignorant. That's something you must do to yourself. You ignore. When you ignore something, you're saying, I want to not know that thing. That's the verb, that's the description of the verb. I want to not know that thing. And so you ignore it. Ignorance is a choice. All of this stuff is a choice. You choose whether you're going to do this or that. That's called sovereignty. And I tell everybody, develop a constitution, a personal constitution, like and developing my personal constitution. The first, whatever you want to call it. Number one is to speak the truth all the time. That's the Constitution. I live by that law, speaking the truth all the time. So that's part of my Constitution. Another part of my Constitution is the realization that each of us are born with inalienable rights. The rights that we are born with, we didn't bring them. They were already here. Those are the rights to life, liberty, and happiness. Fuck the pursuit of happiness. Happiness is a decision. I be happy all the time. But I ain't worried about this. I've got no problem about that. And I don't have no worry about this and no problem about that because I know the creator. The creator is always creating. Once you get that part inculcated in you, it's such a relief. I can't even tell you, it's such a relief. You don't have to, there's no concern about good and evil, right and wrong, up and down, left and right, good, black and white. None of that, all of them, this or that don't matter no more. There's no God and devil. That's all just hype. The creator has no enemy. Where will it exist? Where would an enemy of the creator exist if not in creation? And once we sync up with the creator in creation, we create. And what I mean by sync up, we have the ability to speak. Do you know why? We have the ability to speak because we declare the truth by speaking, and our speaking cause things to happen in the creation. Our voicing cause things to happen in the creation. Mind this. There are certain voicings, because people be like, what the hell are you talking about? So I'm going to give you an example you already know, because you know so much. Everybody knows so much, but without realizing that they know all of these things, right? What happens is, actually the mind don't create nothing. The creator creates. I told you what the mind is. The mind is a tool. Have your mind count to 100 and you'll see that. You think you are your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't put them words together the way you're putting them together. Send your mind on a task to count to 100 and watch what happens. You haven't done that task yet. And it must do it silently, and it must reach 100. It can't keep stopping and stuff. If it stops, go all the way back to 0 because you're taming the mind. You have to tame it because it's been tricking you and running things. Don't let your mind run things that's crazy. And the fact that we know that outside influences influence the mind all the time is called mind control. People can hypnotize you and you don't even know you're being hypnotized. They'll hypnotize your mind because the mind goes by. It generates its own, what you call thought. It generates all them thought from outside influences that it's able to bring in through the sensory items, and then it just juggle those things and you see them as thought. That's why I say how to think. You think under controlled conditions. So tell your mind to count to 100 and make it do so. Don't let it come off and stop short. And then you can automatically realize that your mind is one thing and you are something else. And I'm telling you what you are, and I understand you're saying that. However, your words don't manifest. Your words are vibrations. The vibrations in the words and the intent, because without intent, nothing occurs. You can say all the correct words you want, but without intent, ain't nothing gonna happen. If you're thinking to yourself, yeah, I'm so screwed up, I'm gonna use this mantra here to help me not be screwed up, that ain't gonna work. First, you have to fix you not being screwed up. That's where the problem is, not the mantra. Mantra is, who cares? You have to realize that you're not screwed up. Once you realize that, if you could just sit back and separate yourself from your mind, first you got to separate yourself from your mind. Once you separate yourself from your mind, you can realize that you are not in the material world. You're not in the physical world. You are not. Your being is not. Your mind is not really either. Your mind is like an interfacing between the material world and the non-material world. The mind is an interfacing, right? So now what happens is you take this little thing that's called your mind and you give it a task. There are many other tasks you can give it. This was the simplest one I found, and you could do it in less than 2 minutes. Make it count to 100. Force it to reach 100 without stopping or faltering, and do it without using the mouth. Make it do it without speaking, non-physically. And then you will realize that your mind is counting and you are overseeing it. That's how you realize the difference between you and your mind. You are forcing it to count. However, you are overseeing that it does its work. And then you can start realizing what you got here and what you are here and what's going on. They don't teach that to us. They teach to us what humans do. I am not human. And I doubt that you are either, because when you realize that you get into your own ancestry, we didn't do all that human this and that stuff. That human stuff is bipolar. It's either this or that. And this and that is not a choice. They keep trying to fool people. Well, you can be good or you can be bad. That's or evil. That's not a choice. Those are ultimatums. A choice must have at least 3 things in order for it to be a choice. This or that is not a choice. It's an ultimatum. Like they say sometime about the Muslims went through Africa and they would hold the Quran in one hand and the scimitar in the other hand. And, they're going to use you either go with the Quran and bow down and submit to Allah, or they're going to use the scimitar and cut your head off. See, that's an ultimatum. That's not a choice. Oh, well, you got a choice. You can get your head off. No, that ain't no choice. That's an ultimatum. You got 3. When it's a choice, you got at least 3, what do they call it? Possibilities. Now, because they offered you an ultimatum, don't mean you have to take it. This or that. A guy asked me, we went through this when I was a teenager, right? Because we used to do all this stuff when I was a teenager, man. And we used to have reasonings. And we sit around and we'd be around it because we do all the physical stuff. And when we like coming down from all the physical stuff, right? Like either playing ball or whatever we were doing, whatever the physical stuff was, working, hunting, whatever, it didn't matter. We sit down and start reasoning. And we reason, or if the guy said, what if a guy have a big gun to your head and he has you up on, you're up, you wake up. First of all, you don't know how you got there. It doesn't matter. You wake up and a guy got a gun to your head. You're on like the 20th floor, on the 20 floors up off the ground, and he say either jump or I'll shoot you. See that he's offering you an ultimatum, and here it come. You just waking up or whatever. It don't matter. You don't know how you got there, but this is the ultimate. This is what you're confronted with, right? And it's jump or I'll shoot you. And the question was, which one would you do? Ask yourself that question. I had to ask myself that question. We all did. We did it in a group form. It was at least 5 or 7 of us, young guys. It might have been a girl around at the time because, we weren't into that sex thing like y'all are now. So everybody had their idea about it, what to do. And me and another guy shared the same idea out of that group, which was, I take the gun and shoot him. That's my choice. I'm not jumping off no goddamn building. I threw that out as soon as that thing happened. I'm talking about jump off a building. I ain't doing that. That ain't even no part of what I'm gonna choose. The next thing is they got the gun. I'm gonna take the gun and shoot him. That's my choice. And the other guy's choice was the same choice. I was like, wow. See, now we talking choice. When somebody say this or that ain't no choice. That's an ultimatum. And you have to accept that ultimatum. You give yourself the choice. You have freedom of choice. But if you don't take it, you be tricked into accepting an ultimatum, then that's what you will have. Because you just got tricked into the ultimatum. Because why? Usually because your mind is scared. I'm going to tell you something about the mind, though. The mind can be frightened. That's why I recommend that nobody pays it much attention. Do not let your mind run you, because the mind will have you scared as shit. Oh, the cop behind me. You know how niggas say they get scared because a cop behind them? That's in their mind. It's not a reality. It's in their mind. Their mind is scared. You know what happened over here? You know how that go? Oh, because your mind is taking in all of these inputs and coming with a logical, as it knows it, which is a computer-like, AI-like output. And like any computer, the mind is garbage in. The law of the mind is garbage in, garbage out. The law of the computer is garbage in, garbage out. AI can't tell you a damn thing that nobody put in it. It just takes the reasoning and logic that was put into it and use that logic to project, to take a trajectory of the way things are going, and then pronounce what we would call a prediction. And when somebody else making predictions, you can't predict the future, but AI can. See, they got you, and it's a trick, baby. You got to know when you're being tricked. We are moving so fast that we have lapped the other people, and we coming up from behind them at this point, and we're about to lap them again. And if you notice our speed, we are moving fast. We are being told we're not moving fast. We're being impressed that we're not moving fast. Even our own people say, well, we got issues. We ain't got no issues. All we have is the fact that things are changing. Things are constantly changing. The only thing that is constant is change. That's the only thing that is constant. Oh, they didn't cut our food stamps. Listen, if somebody gives you something, guess what? They can take it away. That's why I say nobody can give you freedom. When someone can give you freedom, I heard another, I quoted because I heard an elder say it. He's like a professor or something, but I heard in one of his speeches, he said, no people, I'm going to read it directly off the legend because I copied it and made a thing of it. No people can give another people freedom as though it is a gift. Freedom is not a gift. Freedom is what you are. Being something else is here it is. Freedom is not something that one people can bestow upon another as a gift. That's how the guy actually put it. I got it right here. Because I was like, wow, that is so beautifully put. And so true. Freedom is not something that one can bestow upon another as a gift. No one can give you your freedom. Even when they were talking about, you could buy your freedom, they were talking bonds. All that slavery stuff was bond. That was bond work. Even in all they talk about in their what do you call it? In their historiography, they had a woman, Hagar. She was a bond woman. She worked for Abraham. Abraham them had her bond, and she was like a servant for them. Him and whatever his wife's name was, and he had a baby with him. They decided that he should have a baby with her, and then after they had the baby, like they decided the woman, they probably raped the woman or something. I don't know. But anyway, they had the baby. Then Abraham and his wife kicked the baby and the woman out to die in the desert. And this is who you follow? That Abraham there? No, that ain't my ancestor. He is a deadbeat dad. That's why we got so many deadbeat dads. We think that stuff is our ancestry. And so we follow it as though it is. That ain't our ancestry. That deadbeat dad stuff, we got that from Abraham from their ancestry, not ours. That's the Jewish ancestry, as they call it. And now I got people talking about, well, we the original Jews. And I'd be like, I ain't in that. Maybe you are. And I can give you whatever you want to be that thing. But I ain't no the original Jews. And Abraham is part of that. Oh, I ain't part of that. Deadbeat dude. He got the woman pregnant, had the baby, and him and his little nasty wife kicked the baby and the woman out in the desert to die. Screw that. I ain't got nothing to do with them. Ain't mine, so I ain't claiming it. If they was, I wouldn't even claim it. I'd be like, oh yeah, that was an aberrant group of ancestors or something. And I ain't gonna claim no. I don't know why anyone would. Ain't no value in that, ain't no honor in that, and ain't no reverence in that. Abraham. And then they call it the Abrahamic religions. So that means Islam, Judaism, and Christianity all revere this deadbeat, nasty dude and his deadbeat, nasty wife that would take that woman, utilize her that way, and then kick her and her son out. Come on, man. No. Not doing that. Not doing that. You want to adopt them to be your ancestors, as your ancestors and stuff, be your guests. Please feel welcome to do so. But I don't see no value in it. I don't see no honor in it. Ain't no honor in that. And you know that's the story. How could you pick that story? You just said, look, I don't want to be honorable. I want to be nasty. Like, oh, her name was Sarah. Like Sarah, I want to be nasty like her. Nasty and vindictive. Instead of being chilled and say, okay, now we got 2 kids. Let's see what we can do with that. No, you got to get rid of her. That's nasty and vindictive, and that's how we living today because we're using that same psychology and stuff, and it's in our minds. Because when we take our minds and say, hey, go do this task, count to 100, we can see that's not us. That's our minds. And our minds is full of all the stuff that we've accumulated. That's how it's afraid. The mind fears because the mind realizes it's a tool. It is not us. It can be destroyed, taken over, and controlled. The mind can be destroyed, taken over, and controlled. The mind is fearful. It has reason to be from the sensory inputs. All the time this woman, the cop shot her, and the cop put me over. Oh, they pulled that boy out of the car. Oh, they did. And so now when you see a cop light in your back window, and none of this shit never happened to you. Maybe nobody you even know personally. But still, you're afraid because your mind has taken in that information, inculcated it, and now it's pushing it back out at you. And so, yeah, your mind is afraid. And your mind will cause your body to react. So you get tense and tight, scared and whatever. Not to everybody, but some people, some guys got themselves under control. Some women do too. But it's a matter of knowing that your mind is not you. This was a thing that used to happen. This is why the torture stuff, stories about torture and stuff was so lynching and all that stuff was to scare you, scare your mind. Can't make you do a damn thing. All it can do is scare you. And it can only scare your mind because we are immortals. I'll tell you, I put it up. I keep telling people all the time. We are immortal. They say, well, what are you? I am an immortal. We are immortals. We have been told that we are human. We are human. If we are human, why are we using that word? I ask that. This is kind of simple. This is kind of simple. Let me ask you a simple question of just regular logic, right? If all people are humans, why use the word human? Why we don't just say all people? Why we gotta? And what is a human? Oh, I know what a man is. Man was the word they used for people in a different language, right? But what is a human? That's got a prefix. What's the prefix for? What's that prefix for? What's that? What does that prefix mean? It don't mean color either. HUE. I hear people say, "Oh, see, it means HUE is a short form." No, it's not. It's a shortened form at HEW. This is from the frame workers who made the language. They say that their language was designed from the HEW. That prefix of HU in front of man is from the HEW, not from the HUE. Anyway, it's presumpted that, well, that's why people should learn things, because you can presume a lot of stuff. Like, Luco and loco mean the same thing. That's a presumption from a point of view. And it's not a bad presumption from that point of view. But from a more objective point of view, it won't hold water. Being a bigger point of view, or further away from the point of view thing. So what we are truly are immortals. And most people say, "Oh, that means you're going to live forever." That's not what immortal means. That's crazy. Immortal don't mean you live forever. Some Suriname Nuku say the word Nuku means Jew. Oh, when did they find out what the word Jew means? Who made that comparison in the beginning? See, that's what a lot of things you got to think about, man. It means Jew. Why? How so? It didn't mean Jew until they got this Jew. You understand what I'm saying? What does Jew mean? It don't mean nothing. What does it mean? Nduko, whatever this word, because you ain't said it yet. Whatever. Nadu. If Nadu means Jew, then what does Jew mean? You still got, I know, let's say, I'm gonna just say something. Let's say Caracas mean apple. And you say, okay, that's what, yeah, okay. The word Caracas means apple. I say, okay, cool. That's in your language. You call it Caracas? I say, yeah. In my language, we call it apple. And you say, okay. And then what are we talking about? What is an apple? The apple is what I'm talking about. What is the apple? The apple, no matter where you go to, it's got to be, oh, I see. You say it's pronounced that way, but I don't know what all them letters mean. That's three consonants. What am I gonna do with three consonants? What Nijidi, Nijuka. I mean, is that the only way I'm can? Nijuka? I see Duka. If I'm gonna do that, I see Duka. But what's the NJ? What's that sound? NJ. See what I mean? It's not an English word. It's not an English sound. It's not a sound used in English as I know it, or written in English as I know English. So I'm asking, what is that sound? I don't know how to make that sound by the alphabets. Once again, of course, did I put that? I am an immortal being, enjoying, and I had to learn how to enjoy this mortal experience. See, my mother was a worrier. That's why I say I talked to my mom, man. Me and my mom had some discussions, man, since I was a little, because she never beat me. She hit me once that I could recall in my entire life. My mom hit me once, and she regretted that. She cried over that. She always reasoned. Once I understood, she didn't never have to worry about it again. She said, don't do that. And without reason, she always came with reason. See, you do this because I'd be like, why? And she'll reason with me. And I knew now. And so I never did those things. People, you do what your mom tell you, yeah, of course, because what she make, that shit make sense. So yeah, well, at this point, I'm gonna tell you, so at this point, no matter how it's spelled, I ain't gonna be able to figure this. DUNJQ. I just told you my dilemma. The Yuku, it might be the Juka. What is DJ? And how do those, what's that sound, DJ? I know what U sound is. I know what a U sound is, but what is the DJ sound? And I just said it's a Bush Negro. And now you say Bush Negro means Jew. Then I have to ask you, what is a Jew? Is a Jew a Bush Negro? So that's what you must be telling me. A Jew, when I say, well, what is a Jew? Then a Jew must be a Bush Negro. If 1 + 1 equals 2, and 2 equals 2 minus 0, then it's still 2. You can frame it any kind of way you want it, but it's still going to equal 2. 3 minus 1 is 2. 2 minus 0 is 2. 1 + 1 is 2. It's just many ways to get the 2, but it's still a 2. That's all I was going to say. I was just trying to figure out what's a Jew to them, because they might have a thought about what is a Jew that I don't have about what is a Jew. And then you could tell me that thought is all that, because you know all of this. Maybe you know, have a thought about what is a Jew. What is a Jew to you? I don't know. I know what a Jew is to me. Them Abrahamic guys, them guys, the line of Abraham. That's what they, I'm told, because I ain't really in that line. Like, I don't know the line of she. I'm heard she is China. They have a ancestral line. I don't know the people on that line. So yeah, I'm just saying we're coming up. We're lapping. Don't feel bad about white privilege, what they call white privilege. There's no such thing as white supremacy. That's just you're just giving away all your power. They don't got no power. They didn't never. Ben Franklin didn't discover atmospheric electricity. It was already here. He discovered it for his people. We go to their schools, learn their history that they're teaching their children, and then we act like it's real history. It's their history they're teaching their children. They're not really trying to fool you. They're not writing it necessarily for you. They're writing it for their children. Oh, Christopher Columbus discovered America. That's for them and their lineage to think from that point of view so they can move the way they move in. That fact that you're in their school talking about, oh, well, Christopher Columbus, and then you go look at Christopher, well, what did our people do? You got nothing. You got bumkers. Well, your people were slaves and they didn't know nothing. We had to teach them everything. And we still do. That's why you got to go to our schools to learn anything. You got to come to us to learn whatever you want to know, because we got everything. And then this is funny, right? Because they'll tell you in that same thing, you go a little deeper, they'll say they got everything they got from Egypt. From the books, the medicine they use now, the medicine concept, the mathematical concept, the scientific concept, economics, the economic concepts, the social concepts, what they call psychological concept, all of that stuff they got from Egypt. At Alexandria, the library thereof, they pondered them and brought all that stuff. They got the Rosetta. They started figuring that stuff out. Since the Rosetta, science has boomed since they figured out how to translate all that information. They didn't discover nothing. They uncovered. Yeah, he uncovered, because they were blind, and he took the blindness off of his people. That's all they teach in their schools is their history, not what really happened, not the past. They teach history, their story. And people be like, well, that mean the past. No, it don't. It mean their story of the past. Huh? Our ancestors have a story of the past. The Chinese ancestors got a story of the past. Everybody, the Powhans got a story of the past. Everybody got a story of the past. That's their history. And we start acting like, because the crackers said it and wrote it down, that's how they do their history. Don't be caught up in all that crazy. And always compare whatever they tell you to somebody else. Go check the Hindus, go check the Chinese and see what they say. They came into the knowledge of electrical, in their lineage. When they came into the knowledge of electrical, atmospheric electricity. When there's anybody else, who know about ley lines? I'm gonna look up ley lines real quick. Are you familiar with ley lines? I'm gonna give you that to you real quick. Hey, ley lines, A-L-A-Y, L-A-Y. Some people are not, some people are. I gotta remember how it's done. Oh yeah, that's right. Ley lines on Earth. Now listen to what I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna put this still is my thing still sharing, because I want ley lines to be up. Is ley lines up? Ley lines is up. All right. Okay, so ley lines. Ley lines are hypothetical alignments of ancient monuments, prehistoric sites, and other prominent landmarks believed by some to represent pathways of spiritual or supernatural energy. This is AI. And like I tell you about AI and anybody else, garbage in, garbage out. Now, they say the concept popularized in the 20th century suggests that ancient peoples deliberately constructed structures along these lines, possibly for navigation or other unknown purposes. However, the scientific community generally does not recognize ley lines as real phenomena, citing a lack of empirical evidence and the possibility of accidental alignments. Right? However, there's a temple in Cambodia once a year. I think it's June 21st. Once a year, the sun is sitting right at the very apex of a 70-foot temple. When you stand at the gate and look at the temple, the sun presents a halo above the temple, like a halo, the thing that people have around their head, like the sun right behind their head. It does that once a year, every year, for generations. It's been doing that. People go there just to see it. It's so magnificent. The doggone temple itself cannot be reproduced today with today's technology or today's machinery. They say that it was built in 37 years. Yet, using today's machinery, it would take 37 years would mean they are moving at a rate of 2,000 pounds a minute, stacking it, cutting it, and putting it up by counting, the time of 37 years, the amount of blocks. The quarry, the nearest quarry is 50 miles away. Adding all that up, you would have to get the block from the quarry and set up into the monument in less than a minute in order to do it in 37 years. And yet, like I say, even with time, you couldn't do it today with the doggone things they got. I forget the name of that particular temple. I'll show you because I like this boy that does that. Praveen Mohan does that work. And let me see if I got him. Because I'd be talking a lot and people be like, oh, yeah, well, show us. I'll show you. Yeah, there you go. Here, just the temple. Oh, you talking about Angkor Wat. That ain't the temple I was talking about. But look at this. Just go by that temple. Look at the size of this thing. It's crazy sizing, right? It covers all kind of space. It's that big. Let me see if I find real quick. Look at all that. Inside, it tells time. All them steps are dated. All them steps are a calendar. The whole thing is this fantastic work. All the carving everywhere on everything. The whole thing is crazy amount. I carve wood, so I'm impressed with carving, especially when I see this kind of carving that they do everywhere. Some of the carvings are less than an inch big all around the building, going just stretching all around the whole building. This is the kind of stuff we're talking about. And these are ostensibly old temples of something, but they're all very scientific. Very little thing in there about really, it's got all them carvings all up at the top and stuff. But the whole thing talks in terms of science. If you know the science of the what they call of the gods, because they're not really gods, they're talking science. See, 52,000, a million, 52 million tons. That's how. See, that's a lie. You can't. That ain't no joke. And that's what I be saying. We got to realize the world. We can't just be. And even in America, that these things exist, but they're covered up. They some of them are underwater. All kind of things. They just found something off the coast of Panama that's big like this. So I just want to show you the kind of work that I be talking about. And there's other work, even in America, South America, all over South America. Work like this is all over there. And all of this can be done with the, what's the name of that thing? Okay, most people don't know about the, hold on a second. Okay, can't do that. Most people don't know about the thing called a slide rule. There's a thing called the slide rule. The ley lines, I tell you about the ley lines. The ley lines are lines that go through, they do have energetic alignment, but I ain't want to, historical context. I'm finished with the ley lines. The ley lines are, okay. The concept first proposed by Alfred Watkins in the 1920s, who believed they represent ancient pathways used by early societies. He initially suggested they were for navigation and trade routes. And it was first proposed to the Western world. You got to understand that's what they mean. The concept was already in the ancient world, but it was first proposed by Alfred Watkins to the Western people. And they're, you know, the Europeans in the 1920s. And that's how they get it to be under his name, is because he's the one that proposed it to the Western world. He got it from the ancients. He admits, he says right here, who believe they represented ancient pathways used by early societies. He ain't discovered nothing necessarily. What I mean, he did. It was covered by their ignorance, but it existed already, and other people already know that. This all them the stuff that Praveen Mohan is putting on, those things deal with all of the same information about the ley lines and stuff. Like he just got turned on to it, and so that's his involvement as far as that is concerned. The scientific view is they just generally dismiss it, and I could dig that. It's not along their understanding of it. They're just getting into quantum. Quantum like is like almost child play with our ancestors when it comes to our ancestry. Because that just simply means outside of the physical world or inside the physical world makes up the physical world. And we already know the difference. So that's what I'm saying as our people know. We already know the difference between the physical world and the unphysical world. That's in our heritage. That's in our line. And anybody that commits to speaking truth all the time and to the point that they do it, oh man, that is so much power because you're in line now with the creator. Everything the creator creates is truth, right? Creation is all truth. You got to understand what I'm saying, like the way I'm saying it. Maybe you'd use the words differently. So I'm just saying, understand the way I'm saying it. I'm saying like this. The creator creates, right? The creator creates, and all of creation is truth. There's no lie in creation. The creator is creating. So what was yesterday may not be today, but that don't mean what was yesterday was a lie. It is just not so anymore. This is the physical world. The physical world is always forming and dissolving. Buddha explained that in the sutras that he said. There's only forming, you can look in the sutra called Immeasurable Meanings by Buddha. He said immeasurable meanings. He says there's always the forming, things form and dissolve. They form and it's constant. This is the evidence of creation. Things are always forming and dissolving, meaning change is constant because they're all, and by recognizing things are always changing and dissolving, you can predict things by knowing just that much information. You can start predicting things when you can realize the pattern of these forming and dissolving. You realize the pattern where something has reached its apex as far as forming and now it's going into dissolving, right? And you can, this is all to do with form in the space that we call the physical world. Outside the physical world is where we can have a lot of fun and create a lot of stuff and do a lot of things and then bring it back and affect the physical world. Like you go, there was a thing I heard Michael Jackson say in an interview. They asked Mike said he'd get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. He said, if I get a song at 3 o'clock in the morning and a song come to my head, I jump up and write it down. And the guy say, why would you write it down, Mike? At 3 o'clock, you're a big famous guy. You can wait till morning. And he said, no, if I can't wait till morning. If I wait till morning, Prince might get it. Which means it's not his idea. The idea is floating in the ether. He's just attuned to the etheric vibration of music, of that kind of music. And so when it's in the ether, he can pick it out of the ether. But Prince also, is what he was saying, has that ability and he recognizes that. So when he sees it, he's writing it down right away so he can patent it under his manifestation. And not Prince is still there. Now Prince grabbed it out of the ether and he manifested under his expression and manifestation. And then he gets credit for it. So I'm just saying the ideas are in the ether. They float around. They don't belong to nobody. Some people have ideas in China and in Ethiopia at the same time. All you have to do is be open to the ethereal. Once you realize that you are not your body, you are not your mind, both of them things can dissolve. They both form and dissolve. That cannot be what you are. That is just the suit you wear. And the software that you use as an aid to manipulate the suit, because the body is actually, it's a physical machine. It's more than just a suit, but it works as a a self-maintaining machine. It's a self-maintaining bio machine. It knows what it needs. It knows it. They call that piking. When the mind don't know what the body needs, and the body knows it needs certain nutrients and stuff, and the body will start making the its own choices about what to eat. Some people eat dirt, some people eat grass, stuff like that, but it's against their mental thought, because their mental thought is societal, and their society say don't eat no grass, that's for animals. But their body is saying, I need this nutrition, so they eat it. That's called piking, right? They say a lot of women do that piking when they're pregnant. They want odds and ends. They eat starch or something like that. You probably didn't heard of that kind of thing, because they get more into the spiritual reality of their body takes over, and their mind can't control it as well, because they're dealing for that spirit now. They have to provide for that spirit. And that spirit ain't got time for no mind to be talking crazy to it. I'm like, don't eat that. Don't nobody eat that. Because I was eating cherries and grapes off a tree. They're not raspberries, they're called something else. It's a berry, and I was eating them anyway, off the tree. And a woman saw me eating it. I'm like, you eat them off the tree? I said, yeah. Wale and Tribe in the chat. Grand Rising. Oh, Black Wild Indian, welcome. Please be welcome. She said, you eating them things off the tree? I said, sure. You mean you don't? Because her son wanted some. She said, no, she knocked it out of his hand. Don't eat that. And I said, what's the problem? She said, I only eat food that come out of the supermarket. She only eats food that comes out of the supermarket that they say is okay for her to eat. She don't eat real food. She don't eat no food off a tree. Huh? She said that's not something to do. But that's what our foreparents did. My foreparents for sure. And that's what I say my ancestors did. We chose these things ourselves. Look, like I said about the lottery. When there's just one lottery a day, or somebody gonna dream that number. It's a done deal, because our people go in and out of physical reality. It's all reality, non-physical and physical. It's still reality. Some reality is not physical. That's the difference between physical, what as people know as reality, that they can deduce with their five senses. That's all physical. What you cannot deduce with your five senses is called non-physical, because you can't deduce it with your five senses. However, everybody knows that we can only hear within a certain frequency range, and dogs can hear different frequency ranges that we cannot. We all know that we have a frequency range of, what's this called? The smelling, I forget the actual word. But dogs have a different one. We know about hearing too, the same way. Bats have a different one. So we don't hear everything. We don't see everything. We don't smell everything that's in the physical reality, much less that's not in the physical reality as we think of it, because we don't have the range to ingest all of those. It's all kind of things occurring, but our senses only pick up actually just a rare few of them, of what's happening, our physical senses. The other senses that I'll be speaking about, which is our non-physical senses, can actually just go out there and be with everything. And we have that ability. and we should utilize it, I say, more often, because we are always creating our own future. I heard some guys say, "Oh, the youth are rewriting the future," and I say that's the most stupid thing I ever heard. Rewriting the future? How you gonna rewrite something that ain't never been written? See, it's crazy. You can't rewrite something that has never been written, unless you're gonna say Star Trek is the future because they wrote it. And now Star Trek is the future. So now we got to go erase Star Trek and scratch it out and then rewrite it. I say, screw all that, man. We make the future. We ain't got to rewrite nothing. We make future all the time. Like you were saying, the words manifest. The vibration, every word has a vibration. That's why some people say, I'll tell you about that. I learned that when I was like, damn. I was a baby almost when I learned about that one. Anyway, I learned that quite by experience. This thing here, it vibrates the cranium. People, I don't know what people think is happening. What it's doing is vibrating the cranium. When you vibrate the cranium, it's a thing inside between the brain and the cranium that's being activated. Releasing the cranium and the brain from one another, because the brain will calcify to the cranium, all right, to a degree, all this stuff, calcification, because there's not enough vibration of enough vibratory life, and then start it back up. It wakes it back up, and then it won't calcify so fast. So we go, but all the words have vibration because we always, that sound, all sound is vibration. So what we do when we speak words, and the words are truth, this is what I mean by intent. When the words are true that we speak, the words that we speak are true, then we gain the power of the creator. The creator is creating everything. And when we acknowledge whatever part of everything that we acknowledge in truth, we are getting in alignment with the creator. The more anyone talks and is constantly speaking the truth, they cannot help but getting to there's another thing called Lee lines. You know what a Lee line is? Hold on, it's another. I went through ley lines. Now I'm gonna go through Lee lines. This is fun. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna go through Lee lines. I have to call them Lee lines, but they're Lee. Some people, they're gonna say Lee lines. Oh, they say leech. So let's just say Lee. Let's just see what they say Lee is. As in Lee Ward meaning. Lee, the meaning. Okay, it says, I'm just going by what it says. I'm not trying to make up nothing. I don't even care about that no more. The side or part that is sheltered or turned away from the wind. It's chiefly nautical, using nautical stuff. And what I'm saying, when a boat moves, sometime a truck will move by you and you're on the highway, right? And you're on the highway and a truck will pass you, and it actually, you feel it, it pulls your car with it. The wind that it's moving with pulls your car with it. There's a certain place you can get in there. It's called, people refer to it as a sweet spot or something, that you can get right up in there with that, and you can almost not use any of your gas because the truck is pulling you with its movement through the space. Because it's moving, what actually it does is moving space out of your way. Because what you see and you'd be like, oh, that's empty space. It's not really empty space. That's where the concept of platinum comes in. There's no such thing really as empty space. So the truck is going through space, and because it is moving space out. It like look, imagine it as snow or something. It's moving it out of your way, and if you stay real close to it, right tight to it, it'll move the snow, enough snow out of your way, but you can follow in its wake. That's what it's called, a wake. I said, Leland. I should be looking at wake. A ship's wake. Let's see, a ship's wake. Ship. Wake. Yeah, it's a pattern of disturbed water. I'd say Lee, but I know it is Lee. It's a ship's wake is the pattern of disturbed water. See how it goes? Disturbed water left behind a moving ship or boat caused by the displacement of the water as the vessel travels through it. And you can call it eddies. I know it is eddies in electricity. There's eddy currents in electricity. It's used as eddy currents. But it's the same thing. It'll pull things along. Right there, that wake will pull it along. It's the same wake, but it's in the wind instead of in water when you're on the highway. It's the same scientific concept, though. When the pattern that disturbs the water, and there you go. All right. So the next thing I did mention was platinum. So I will go back to platinum in just a minute. Platinum. Because platinum is, to me, is important. Did I put it? Platinum is important like this. Platinum space. It's a, because I don't know nothing about no assembly meeting. I'm talking about science, right? Because it's all voodoo is science. So if you don't know, I'm telling you, voodoo is science. It means full space. A space completely filled with matter, or the whole of space so regarded. So what I'm saying is, let's see what they say. So long as things move simultaneously into each other's places, no motion is possible. Into each other's places, motion is possible in platinum. Meaning, when one thing moves, something else has to move. This is what manifestation creates. This is what creation creates. One thing forms, another must dissolve. It's the equality of equation of creation. Things are coming and going all the time. They're dissolving and forming at the same time. They must come and go all at the same time. So it's the same thing moving. It appears like motion. And so that's called the body, the space. All space has something in it. I just told you, and we looked up atmospheric electricity. If nothing else, electricity is in every square foot of the atmosphere. So something is in that space. There are a lot of things in that space that you see as empty space. It's not empty. Knowing that it's not empty gives you an advantage, because there's a lot of stuff in that space that's alive. We don't see it, and so we don't recognize that it's alive. It's in that same open space. The concept of platinum, though, will allow the mind to register when the senses do perceive it, because the senses have already perceived it many times. But the mind cannot realize it because it is not focused. So people say, you see spirits? And some people say, yeah, I see spirits all the time. That's because their mind is aligned. The people who, I ain't never seen no spirits, I don't believe in that shit, but their mind is not aligned. But the spirit still could exist, they just don't see it. It don't mean it don't exist, it means they don't see it. Just like a dog can hear a dog whistle, you can't hear it, but that don't mean it don't exist, the dog hears it. Just like a bat, the bat hears it. The rest of the stuff, that just because you can't do it, some people can shoot a basket from 100 yards. I can't do that. That don't mean it can't be done. It just means I can't do it. We are great people. We're moving forward. We are lapping. We're not lagging. When they do their little, white privilege, They need that handicap. Like I go golfing with a guy who don't know much about golf. His people just discovered fucking atmospheric electricity in the 1700s. His people were like a baby to us. So when he said, "Oh well, Benjamin Franklin discovered that for us back in the 1700s," and I'd be laughing. I'd be like, "Damn, we've been doing this stuff for centuries, man, generations, and y'all just getting up on it. Y'all like children." I tell you what, I'm gonna give you a little handicap. I handicap you 300 years or something. I give you a little handicap so you can be in the game at least, because you can't compete with me. You're not in the game. You're a baby at this. And so white privilege is simply a matter of handicapping. Because he ain't in the game, but a couple of, he just got in the game. They just figuring out half of this stuff. They just figured out. And we were helping them the whole time. The first computer, they call them human computer, was little colored women, 3 or 4 of them. They don't know nothing. We gave them all of that too. They don't, come on. Without us, they don't got nothing. And they know that. We don't know that. So we don't value our position. We don't value our ancestors. We don't value our own contribution to the reality of the existence of our existence here. We say crazy stuff. We say crazy stuff like our ancestors messed up. How you gonna be alive and they messed up? That means you are messed up. So they messed up, you messed up. And then you say, yeah, I messed up. Now you messed up. They messed up. Y'all just a bunch of messed up people. Why don't y'all go sit in the jail? We'll tell you what to do. Y'all can't get nothing right. And you be like, okay, boss. Because why not? That's what you think of yourself. No one can disrespect you as long as you respect yourself. That's the key. Oh, he disrespect me. The only way someone can disrespect you is that you do not respect yourself. Once you respect yourself, when somebody attempts to disrespect you, you could just laugh at them. Yeah, nigga, what you doing? Yeah, ooga booga. And then you can just sit back and laugh because you respect yourself. You ain't gonna you're gonna maintain your control over yourself. And I tell you something else. When you respond, that knee-jerk response, that means somebody's controlling you. When somebody that's a dog with it, somebody can say, hey, nigga, and you get all mad, and all this happens in your body, and you be all, then you under control. They just controlled you. They just like flipping a switch. Oh, I know how to get him. Call him a nigga, and he'll lose control. And then he walk right up and say, hey, nigga, and you lose control. Hey, you're being controlled, dude. Your mind, because your mind is what's enslaving you. That's what's enslaving you. Your mind, you have allowed your mind to take control. You must regain control from your mind. It was not designed to be in control. It is designed to compute. I need some ice. I want some ice cream. You might think to yourself, your body, whatever, your need. And your mind will think right where to go get it. Oh, I know what I could do. I can go online and figure this out. That's your mind. Your mind be figuring out everything that it has accumulated. It'll juggle all that stuff and figure out what all that stuff says is the best way to move in the physical reality. That's what the mind does. It doesn't make the decision, though. It just tells, like AI, it just tells you what it knows. Garbage in, garbage out. And then we make the decision. This is called sovereignty. When we refuse to make the decision and allow our mind to control us, we have forsaken our own sovereignty. The sovereignty is being able to determine and decide what we are going to do. No one can do that for you. And if you say that someone is controlling you and you can't control your own life, that means you're not responsible. And if you're not responsible, you are not an adult. If you're not an adult, what the heck are you doing? All you have to do is say, hey, I'm going to take responsible. And you know what comes with responsibility? Control. You're responsible for this vehicle. That means you control the vehicle. What happens with this vehicle? Otherwise, what you responsible for? If everybody can control it, then that ain't my responsibility, baby. And they say, well, why that ain't your responsibility? Because I can't control it. It ain't my responsibility. I can control. Listen, I see some kid out there cussing somebody out and behaving badly. I can control some of that. So I'm going to get up there and say, hey, little boy, is that what you really want to be doing out here? I can control some of that. I don't have to fight with them. I don't fight with children. That's another thing. I see a lot of grown people. I don't really call them adult. Grown people fighting with children, arguing with children. Why would you do that? Fighting with children, trying to trade insults. You're a YN, or you an old motherfucker, and you a stupid motherfucker. And with a child, that's not. I respect myself too much. I respect myself too much for that. That kind of behavior to come out of me. See, it's a matter of self-respect. They said it a long time ago. If you don't respect yourself, come on, ain't nobody gonna give a hoot. Respect yourself. Respect yourself. Do. Yeah, respect. Hey, Smoke Signal, my man. I wish I had the musical acumen that you have. I'd have Respect Yourself playing right now. Because that's where the respect lies, not in whether somebody gives. He's disrespect. Nobody can disrespect you. They have to take that respect out of you to disrespect you. So now I'm putting up this. Oh yeah, I put up the StreamYard, but ain't nobody showed up at the show, so it's cool. I'll be closing up in a few because I got some things I'm gonna do without any more provocation, which is like somebody saying something as provocation. That would be a good provocation for me to, whatever. But without provocation, I'm going to have to start thinking in terms of what I'm about to be doing. I want to get the yard done. And please look at my, go through my stuff. I'm going to put this up here. Go to my website and look at my broadcast. I just put up 2 or 3 broadcasts about the banana grove and the plantain grove, showing the different. One of them shows the different kinds of bananas. One of the things I put up shows different kinds of bananas and stuff like that too. And how they grow. Because some people I had responded to one of my banana broadcasts. They said they didn't even know banana grew like that on a tree. They had to see a lot. That's what I be saying. The stuff we don't know. There's a lot of stuff we don't know. And once we learn more stuff, that's why I say always be just put on your curious button. Just turn that sucker on all the time. Always have your curious. I'm curious about everything. Don't turn it off at night when you go to sleep. Be curious about sleep. Where do you go when you sleep? What happens when you sleep? Turn that curious button on and you'll find out things. But you have to ask, you have to look, you have to search, seek, and you will find. Mostly because you already know where it's at. And you have to just turn your attention toward it. It already exists. You just have to turn your attention, and you call that seeking. This is all very scientific in a way. And so now that you know where to look inside, you can find almost any answer you want inside. The creator is always creating. So we want to get in the wake of the creator by the creator's moving a certain way, and creator's moving in pure truth. So now when you speak the truth about the creation, like you say, they say, well, did that happen? And you say, yeah, that happened. And this is the way it happened. And you tell the truth. Now you move in sequence and alignment with the creator, which is giving your words power because you're moving more into the line of power. So as you move into the line of power, truth is power. And then you're causing yourself to become more powerful. So even before a thing happens, you can speak it into existence because you're in the line and understanding, and you're in the pattern and in alignment with the creator. You can foresee what's next because you understand forming and dissolution. You understand the ebb and tide, because that's all it is, the ebb and tide, but it's still the same ocean. The moon affects these things. All the planetary bodies are all involved in this big symphony. And when you speak the truth, your words are not discordant in the symphony. You know how you hear a symphony in one bad note, you be like, whoa, what was that? Because it's not in alignment with the symphony. That's a lie. And you can hear it when it comes across. The more truth you speak, the easier it is for you to hear a lie, because it's not in symphony. It's not in alignment with the symphony of the creator. The creator is pure truth. The more you speak truth, you will become accustomed to hearing what truth sounds like coming through the larynx, and you will gain more power because you speak that. The moment you say you don't have any power, you spoke that. And what did you just do? You disassociated yourself from the power. The fact that you said it is power, and it is creating that you don't got no power. So you have less power every time you say you have no power. The more times you just speak the truth, fuck the power part, because you're gaining the truth through the knowledge of how power is gained. You're gaining the power through the knowledge of how power is gained. The power is gained through speaking the truth. And then your words have power. How so? When you speak the truth and you go to somebody and they know you speak the truth, and they say to you, you say to them, hey man, I want you to do this over here for me because I'm going to take care of something over here. And if you do this, this will work out real good for both of us. That power, they're going to be like, oh yeah, this nigga always told the truth. So if he said it, I'm going to do it. And they go do it. See, that's the power. That confidence, people have confidence in your word, that they'll move on your word. That's power, because power means the ability to cause something to happen, right? This is now you got that power because your word is good. But they're going to be like, okay, he said it, I know it's good. Yeah, and they know it's good because you have set yourself in alignment with the creator, and the power of the creator is shining on you. It's like they say the moon reflects the sunshine, but because it's in alignment with the sun to where it reflects to you. And when you're in alignment with the truth and the creator, it's going to reflect to you. You can brighten up places. Sometimes I be out in the full moon and I can almost, if not, I can actually read out in the open because I don't have the light problem with I'm in the bush. So I could read, the light be so bright from the moon. So I'm saying when we reflect the truth, when we reflect the creator, we shine. That's what I call it. We shine, and we can see we blind people when we reflect the creator, and the creator is pure truth. So the more truth we reflect, the more we shine, the more we're in alignment, the more we show other people or see our shine. We are great people. Let's stay that way. Let's move in that. Well, thank you, so. Oh, smoke signal. Okay, beautiful. So what I'm saying, we have the ability to run everything. We have to create things. We have to be willing to make it. We have to not, even though there's a possibility that someone, like I talked to Smoke Signal about it before. He said, so while we make it again and they bomb it or whatever or destroy it again, what's the thing? I say, okay, now that we know that, as we make it, we put in the defense of it as we make it. Now that we know, it's just like anything else. You put your house up here, and every year a doggone tornado comes through and wipe your house down. That's kind of silly. So what? You know the tornado coming through. Make your house to be able to withstand a tornado. That just makes sense. Figure it out. So now, right now, people are making what they call dome houses. They, when the wind come and hit a dome house, it don't take it nowhere because the wind goes around. The dome is not presenting a flat face, this square stuff that we get from the European. We get a square concepts. Their concept is in squares. Our concepts are in circles and spirals. And so when we make the thing a dome house, almost nothing happens to it. Almost no part of nature. It don't offend nature. Them square buildings offend nature. And that's why nature just come through, tear them down. The people who built them think they are better than nature. We came here as stewards to control nature and take care of nature. That's what they tell themselves. Nature taking care of you. That's why nature is here to take care of us, not us to take care of nature. That's silly. How are we going to take care of nature? Just don't offend it. Putting oil in here and this and that, and they're messing up the air. They're offending nature. Nature take care of itself. What nature do is good. Nature come right through with a hurricane, couple of tornadoes, a few floods, wipe their whole system out. Killer tornadoes comes through. But you're killing the nature. It gotta defend itself. That's all that is. Well, I'm just saying, man. Get in line with nature. That's what I'm saying about the creation. Get in line with the creation, and then you're always in alignment with the creation. This is the alignment they be talking about. Oh, so center yourself, find your center. And I'd say, hey, count from 1 to 100 silently. Put your brain, your mind over there and give it a task, something to do. Just get it out of the way like you do with a child. Here, go play with this, Billy. That's what you do with your mind. Go play with this. That's what you're doing with your mind when you tell it to count to 100. You just like a dog. You say, oh, go play with this bone. And make it go. Stay over there with the bone and count to 100. And then you can see you are not the dog. The dog is the mind. It's the pet. It's the thing that, yeah. It's a tool, actually. It's a biological tool. And it helps us interface between the physical world and the non-physical existence, physical reality and non-physical reality. Because the mind is not necessarily physical. The brain is, but not the mind. The mind is software. The brain is the hardware. Yeah. There's a difference between HR, or what they call radio frequency, RF, and what's the other thing? All them other frequencies too now. And hard wire. If you use hard wire, you can get a hard wire, but then you can also get a remote control. And the remote control ain't nothing between the remote control and the thing it's controlling. What's in between there? Nothing you can see. See what I mean? So the things happening, and then we get used. You have to be able to utilize the things that you cannot see, the things that are not physical, but they are affecting the physical world. They will affect the physical world, and that's all that is. And without that understanding of reality, we suffer. All our ancestors say is, we already got that for you, my youth. All you have to do is learn what we teach you. We got you. Your ancestors did not forsake you. Do not forsake them. Follow their lead and their reputation. It's like a lead line, a boat. Our ancestors did this for so many years and around so many countries, around this entire world. All we got to do is get behind that boat and it's still moving. All over the world, they still remember us and their histories. They're not even learning their own histories in some of these places like China, Indonesia, and places like that. I talk to them. You should see, hey, when they put on a thing like this, how many people in this thing? How many people you've been online with? The most people you didn't been online and screen line, 400 or 500. Man, I went online with them. They had 12,000 viewers. On a regular talk, they talking 12,000 views because they got this thing where they see themselves as family. We see ourselves as a bucket of paint. They just brought a big can of black paint and threw it on all the niggas, and now we all black. And if we don't agree, I got a different opinion than you, or I do something different from you, well, you ain't black enough. He ain't black. You don't know what it means, but we're going to gatekeep black. Oh, he ain't black. He half black. And this all stupidity. But we allow them to just throw a bucket of paint on us. And now that ain't no culture. That's a description. That's why it's called black. It's an adjective. All of them got black paint thrown on them. But that ain't no ethnology. That ain't no cosmology. That ain't no a religion or a way of life. That's just a description, an adjective. It's not real. Like time ain't real. It just measures movement. Man. And we get caught up in that crap like it's real. And so now we write the future, not rewrite the future. We're writing the future. We're coming out of the past, but we have to come out of the past in the trajectory of the truth. We come out of the past in the trajectory of the truth. We will write the future in that same trajectory. We can't come out of the past as slaves. A slave is a state of mind. Mostly it's mental slavery. Because you're scared of something, you do what it says. Otherwise, you ain't no slave. You have to define these words. What is a slave? Oh, when somebody say they own you. So this guy come up and say, I own you. Oh, no, he's a slave. Get the fuck out of here. You understand what I mean? So what you have to do is control your mind. Tame it. Yes. And once you do that, you can see how little it portrays. My mother, me and her had a conversation again, right? Because we used to sit on the veranda and have conversations. I'll tell you a quick one, but I want to come back to the quick one because I want to tell you this one. My mother was a worrier. She worried. She worried constantly throughout my whole life. She was already worrying when I was born. She had become a worrier. She worried so much it came off on me, and I became a worrier. Matter of fact, several things happened that started. I got gray hair when I was 19 years old. My hair started turning gray. You see this one right here is a hair. It's gray. From when I was 19, from worry. This is the thing. And I figured it out one day that I was a worrier because she was a worrier. I had adopted her attitude and perspective. When I told her that, she laughed and she left that worry herself. She had to remember how she got it. I had to remember how I got it. And once I got it, I realized it's not mine. It's not mine. It was something given to me. It's not mine. I gave it back. Like we talked about in the beginning of this stream. I just gave it back. It's not mine. I don't have to take that. Somebody give you a narrative about what happened in the past, their story about it. That's okay. You don't have to take it and make it yours. It's not yours. It's theirs. Okay, fine. It's not yours. You know yours. So that wasn't mine. I was able to put that aside, and I was able to drop all worry. Once I understood the cosmology of creation. It's a understanding of reality. It's always happening. The future is not done. It's a trajectory of the past. When you start from a bad trajectory, let's say you have a what they call a fraudulent trajectory point. Like let's say you're trying to figure out where something going, but one of the points, especially the point that you start from, is not the actual point that you should be starting from. Then your whole trajectory is going to be thrown off. Your whole determination, because I shoot bows and arrows, I shoot guns, I do a lot of stuff like that, and I know if it starts here, and you have to have the trajectory go there, and if you off a little bit from here, it ain't gonna go there. You understand that when you pull the arrow back, you gotta have it just right so that you can go straight to it. If it's off just a little bit, it ain't going there. So that's what I'm saying. If you got a false narrative, that's what I don't deal with. I tell people sometimes I don't care nothing about history. I don't even want to discuss it. I want to discuss what's happening right this second. And the seconds I can pin up before that, because with that, I can make a trajectory that can go places. But if I start taking all this guy's narrative, reading this book, and every book is someone's opinion. Every book, it don't matter what book it is someone's opinion about whatever they're talking about. The thing that they're talking about might exist, but what them talking about it is their opinion about that thing. And then when you when you take their opinion about that thing as that thing, then you just messed up. So that's why I stopped reading books. I had read a lot of books, and I realized it's all opinions about things. And that's how I read now. I say, oh, that's opinion about a thing, like garbage in, garbage out, AI. I don't care nothing about that. The idea, though, is to get the projection correct. So if you can go by what you actually know, this is what got me into the thing. Like now, I don't go by years. And when people say how old I am, it takes me a moment because I consider my age in days. This is what I can count on. Years, I can't count on. First of all, years are, they got that leap year thing. So years are not really a real thing. It's some made up garbage. But every day the sun moves and it comes and moves and moves. This I can count on, right? I can count on the sun. So every day I go by the days, not by the years, because years are fraudulent. They make them up, they send them back. Which calendar you're using the Ethiopian calendar, you're using the Chinese calendar, you're using the Gregorian calendar, or you might be using the Julian calendar, or you're using the monthly, the lunar calendar, or you're using, you see what I mean? So, or the solar calendars. These is a bunch of different calendars, man. And you got that time thing like they doing that. It's all subjective. But the only truly objective time is the day. One day to the next day. The sun don't rise, ain't much gonna happen. We got that. You can do whatever you want with the calendar and call it whatever, June, July, who cares? But if the sun don't rise, ain't much happening. It's a done deal. So I go by what I can count on, and that way I can know my trajectory is true based upon the sun stuff. That's why we have sundials everywhere, because we can base our trajectory on something true. That's why I mentioned the temple that on the solstice of the summer, the sun sits right it's perfectly set right on the tip of that temple every year, because it's all about, from an angle, you understand? So it's not only just they faced it east or west or whatever it is. They got it to the point that it's perfect, and it's a mathematical geometry. So then we have to admit that geometry and stuff was here before whoever cracker they say came up with it in the 1700s or whenever they say he came up with it. Even their deepest guys, Plato and them, say they get all their stuff from Egypt, man. And they admit they got it from there. And then they say they got it from Plato and try to skip the fact that Plato say he got it from Egypt. Whatever the other names they be using from what they call ancestry or the ancient. Ancient to them is 300 or 400 years. Ancient to us is, I can't even imagine. Because we go back so far. And that's what we don't realize. We're taking this new narrative that's given to us by new people, because they call us the new world. That means they don't know nothing. They call themselves the old world. We're the old world. Because even in their old world, Plato and them spoke about us. So many leagues to the west from the pillars of Hercules is a place, a big place of abundance and foliage, everything. That's America. They called it Atlantis, but that's just what they called it. Even when the guy got here, the guy was calling it India. So whatever name they call it, don't really matter. He did the same thing. So many leagues west of they call them the Mount of Gibraltar. They call it the Pillars of Hercules. The Pillars of Hercules, and Heracles is the way I learned it. Heracles, because it had to do with Hera, the god Hera, Heracles, and they just say Hercules because that's how they do it in America. But you watch some old British stuff, and you'll see they'll say Heracles because it's relative to the goddess Hera. He was the son relative to the goddess Hera. I think it was Hera was pissed off about him or something, and it was like Hera's the splinter, Hera's splinter, Hercules. Anyway, from them pillars, you go so many leagues, they call miles, whatever, by the ocean, they call them leagues. You go so many leagues to the west, and you will hit Florida today. It's a done deal. Then that's just how they go. And they put time. So many leagues in time to the west, you'll hit what's that other place called? Bermuda. And then the rest of you hit the Americas. So Plato them knew about it. They just referred to the place as Atlantis. And that's what people say. Are you believing that Atlantis stuff? Look, just look at the trajectory, man. It ain't no belief. It's what they called it. And then there was a rumor out that Atlantic sank, which kept them from coming this way for a long time. And then they picked up on a rumor, the Portuguese, through the Moors, because I'm understanding the Moors was the one that put out the rumor that Atlantis had sank, so nobody would go. The Moors were keeping that as a secret. And the Portuguese and the Spanish brought it out as they called it a sacred secret, some kind of secret. I was talking to Sabio one day. He knows what they call it. I'll look it up again or something. It's called the sacred secret, or the sacred science, or the secret science about navigating the earth, using a sextet and the celestial bodies. They refer to that as the sacred science or the secret science, because they did. The Spanish did, because they didn't want everybody going around the world learning how to maneuver. So they were trying to keep the science of that away from other groups of people. Just like the Chinese were trying to keep the science of gunpowder away from other people, because they realized that other people, especially the Westerners, would use it for destruction. And they had to get it. The Westerners went to the Chinese. They heard the Chinese had that, and so they went there and acquired it. The same thing about the Portuguese. I'm told the Moors kept up with the fact, because the Moors were dealing around the world too, and they knew about what we now call the Americas, but they referred to it as Atlantis and different names. That's all. And I think they're the ones that put out the rumor, because they didn't want the other crackers, the the hordes of Christians and all them guys in their what do they call them things? Crusades, to even know them people exist. Even that when they start finding out different peoples exist, they put out the Dom Diversion. If they don't do what we do, kill them and enslave them. So yeah, they put up a story saying, "Oh yeah, well that place over there, you heard about that place? Yeah, man, long time ago that stuff they flooded. They don't even exist no more. They went underwater, so that they wouldn't even know to come our way. And then in the 1400s or something like that, they started hearing rumors about it, that it is still real and it is a place. And that's why Columbus felt he can come this way, because he had heard that the Moors come this way to do business. And he thought that was their way to India. And so he got a Moor to help him come this way. They tortured the people, they beat them up and all that stuff. You know how they do. When the cops want you to do something, what they do? They come and ask you nicely, or they beat you up, and you see it in all the movies. Where did they go? They beat them up, and then once they beat them up so bad, the person finally tell them, and then they kill the person anyway. And then they go and rob or whatever. You know that's their mentality. They show you every day their mentality. But the Moors had picked up on their mentality, man. That's what Othello was about. Othello was about that same mentality becoming evident to the Moors. That the cracker will set you up and take your stuff and kill you and act like he's your friend. That was the moral story of Othello. I don't know what people saw in that Othello, but that's exactly what happened. Yeah, Hera sounds like Heru, but it just sounds that way. It might be even significant because the actual Egyptians didn't deal in Heru. I don't think so. Yeah, they dealt in Heru, but I don't know if it has anything to do. Hera is a female Heru. You know, that's how that goes. If you want to say that it sounds like, then I would say Hera would be in some languages, Heru would be the male, Hera would be the female, especially in those stuff like Spain, Latin. In any Latin language, they all feminine and they're all sexist languages. So different parts of the different things are males and other things are females in those languages. Yeah. So yeah, Heru might be their feminine version. Hera might be their feminine version of Heru, but it's not the same story. It's a different story. Just like I have cousins who are twins, but they have different stories. Even though they're twins, and they spend a lot of time with each other, and they look almost identical, they have different stories. Not the same story, even though they're twins, and their names sound sort of alike, but they're not the same story. Is what I'm saying. So the way they go with us is that we're coming back around into our understanding of our own cosmology. That's what's occurring. That's why I say it's happening fast, because that's what's happening. That's what I'm looking at. The trajectory I'm using, or the meters of trajectory I'm using, is the fact that we are coming into our own ancestral cosmology. More people are being, even if they say they're atheists, they're stepping out of that cosmology and that ancestral reverence of Abraham and that lineage. They're stepping out of that. Some people don't know what they're going to do with that. Other people say, well, I ain't never been no slave, and they stepping out of that narrative that they've been given by other people that call them slaves. You know, slave you have to do to yourself. You have to convince yourself that that somebody else rules the world. Long as you have a cosmology that of the creator, you cannot be enslaved. You can only be forced labor, which is not a slave. Forced labor and slavery are two different things. That should be understood. That's why they spelt different and stuff like that. Slave is from the Slavic, and the Slavic they have already said they have kings and queens that come over and rule them, and they bow down to them. That's not our game. And people say we have kings and queens and stuff. That's not our game, man. Bowing down to people and they cutting out. Nah, that's some stuff that came in with the sultans and that kind of stuff with the Abrahamics once again. Anyway, so now we're moving so fast and coming back into our original cosmology of our ancestors, what we can do to beef that up, speak the truth a lot, get in alignment with the Creator. Once we get in alignment, more alignment with the Creator, we will lap everybody else, whether they got a handicap or privilege, which they sorely need because they can't keep up with us, man. We move so damn fast, they can barely understand what we be saying. We be moving so fast. So they need that handicap or privilege type thing just to keep up. You know, on an even field. Well, I heard a lot of niggas talking, we just want the field to be even. Man, the field was even. We eat them like potato chips. They know that. You don't know that. I don't know why. But on a level field, we eat them like potato chips, baby. And everybody knows that all over the entire world. It ain't nobody in this world that don't know that. Nobody. It don't exist. Even little children know that. Little babies. They born knowing that. Man, please. You know what? You don't put a big chain on a chihuahua. Make it make sense, baby. You put a big chain on something that got a lot of power. So you want to chain it down and try to keep it chained down because you know how much power it has, even if it don't. We got a lot of power. They know we got power, so they try to keep us chained down. Making what they call laws. They just making them, pulling them laws out of their butt cheeks. The man just made another law yesterday, pulled it straight out of his butt cheeks. Straight out of his butt cheeks. Without it, they're still stinking all over the room. Somebody said the big, beautiful bill, the big butt bill, came straight out of a big set of butt cheeks. They make them up. Ain't no law. Them all made up butt cheek pulls. Hey, the law is the sun will rise in the morning. A law is like that. But if a guy can just write it down, sign his name, and it becomes law. You gotta ask. Wow. You gotta ask yourself. Are you with that? Are you with that? El Dorado, the city of right. They tell you all the time. But if you look at some point in their historiography, they change all of that kind of talk. They change all that kind of talk because they're trying to fool people into thinking that this is the new world, when actually it's the old world. America is actually the old world. It was the world they used to call or refer to as Atlantis. People say to me, well, what's the original name of America? Was it America? I doubt it. And they say, well, but I've been studying the colonizers and their, how they do business, their business practices. When they go to a place, they usually do what they call trade name. They put a trade name on the place. Like Africa is a trade name. Nigeria is a trade name. Those are business names for corporations. They're not real names. Those are business names of corporations. America is the United States of America is a business name of a corporation. And the corporation is compiled of the states, the various and different states that have signed into the corporation. And each and every one of those various and different states are in themselves corporations. And they have the same corporate logic and they run by the same corporate blueprint as the federal corporation. They have a constitution, they have a Congress and a, Senate and the rest of that stuff. So it's all corporate work. It's all in the corporate framework. And that's what America is. And they put their name on it, like they say, oh, we're going to call this corporation Texas. Well, we're going to take this piece of land here and we're going to incorporate it as Georgia. Well, Georgia is straight out of England under King George or something. I don't know. And then they that's how they do it. They don't usually use the actual native term for a place when they do their colonial incorporations. You say colonialism, you can put a / corporations. They usually brand it under their name. For instance, there's another place called Australia. You may realize in Australia, the original native aborigines of Australia, they are not Australians. They are aboriginals of the land known as Australia. They have a different language word for that place. They are not Australians. And then just to spread this out a bit, even in the Congo, they got a place called the Republic or something of the Congo or something. That's a corporation. The people there, they say, oh, I'm from the Congo, because they're used to talking about it in a corporative mindset. But their ancestors didn't call that by that name and terminology, right? Like I'm told that Niger, the place they call Niger, is a French pronunciation of an Aboriginal term, nigger. The Aboriginal term is nigger, but the French pronounced it Niger. The people there are now calling it Niger because of their kowtowing to the French. But the Aboriginal name is nigger. But they use some of it, the Aboriginal name, to make up the corporation Nigeria. Nigeria is a corporation made in the 1800s. So they use the original native terminology, put something onto it, and branded it into their corporation, as their corporation. So nobody there in that space, without being part of the corporation, will ever say that's Nigeria. Even now they say this is Benin, Togo, they like to separate themselves because that's how they do naturally. They know Nigeria. That's why it's so messed up. You got all them different people trying to think like they one people and they know they not. It's a mess up. There ain't nothing gonna happen there of much till they do the proper separations. And the same thing happens here in America. We got different people, like you were telling me about your people and your language and your stuff like that. Yeah, they're gonna try, oh, we all black. They're gonna try to throw a can of black paint on all of us and make us all the same. And we got different stories. We are different people, but they didn't throw this paint on us, and now we think we all black. That's what they do when the people come to America. You can bring an Irish man to America, a Swedish man to America, a fucking Dutch man, English, French, and when they get to America and they come across that gate into America, they got a big can of white paint and they pour it on all of them. They just make them all white. They got the Czechoslovakian. They got the what's the other guy's name? The Russian. What's that other guy name? The Ukrainian. They got the Polish. They got all of them coming in now. When they before they cross the line into what they call America, right? They all Polish and all them other names I mentioned. But as soon as they come into America, they get that big can of white paint, man, and they just pour it all over all of them. And now they all white. And that's what we see, because we see ourselves as all black and we see them as all white. And they know the difference though. They know a Polish man. Look, and a French man know a Polish man as soon as he see him. You know a German from a doggone Englishman. They know each other, but we don't. Just like we don't know now, we don't know each other now. I'm talking to you, and we different, but they want to throw this black paint on us, tell us we all the same because we all black. That's foolishness. In the same way, I'm just saying we got to look at the reality of the real world, not be taking these doggone narratives and black and these cans of paints. I ain't under no can of paint. I ain't going by no can of paint. You can't just throw a can some paint on me and I'm gonna be that. What if they throw red paint on me? Am I supposed to be a red man? What if they pour blue paint on me? Am I supposed to be a blue man now? Or they blow green paint? They just decided on black paint. Because I ain't black, no way. I'm brown. My skin is brown. It ain't black. But they throw a whole thing of black paint on you, and everybody become like, you blacker than he is. Ain't nobody black. We all brown, different shades and tones of brown. And calling it black because we are in someone else's narrative. And because we're in their narrative, we can only be in their wake. Like a boat pulling us along, which means we have no control. We are not responsible because the only responsibility we have is to let go of that wake. We don't need to tether to them. Let that go. Let them go on, and then we'll make our own way. That's how that's done. But right now, we want to tether to them. I got to, la-di-da, man. Huh? I see the guy, Mr. Chu, and Mr. Chong and Mr. Ching. They go to America and they get a job, and yeah, they tell you, oh, hey, just call me Charlie. But they don't never give up Ching. They ain't gonna give up their ancestors, because that goes back to what they are. They'll tell you to call them Charlie, but their name is Ching Ping Ping. Right? I'm just saying, man. We letting our stuff go because we could. I got to do that, and if I'm gonna get a job, no, you don't. They not doing it either. Nobody got to do that so you can get a job. You ain't got to give away your ancestry so you can give a job. You ain't got to forsake your own integrities just so you can get a job. That's crazy. Your ancestors didn't put you in that kind of position. Since you've been here, you've had everything you need to exist and grow. And none of it was provided by you. I guarantee you can say you went to work and you bought this and that, but none of it was provided by you. It was all provided by the Creator before you were born and continuously throughout your entire life. The moment the Creator stopped providing for your dumb ass, you done. My dumb ass too. I'm done. As soon as the Creator stopped providing, I don't care if they got food at the supermarket or not. The Creator provides for me. I will always find what I need. It will always manifest itself because I'm in line and in alignment with the Creator. And that's where our ancestors left us that cosmology point of view, and that's what we're doing. And it's like a lobe, we're not moving around in a circle. That's what a lot of people say. Our logic is circular. And I realize our logic is, our people and stuff, it's not circle, it's spiral. So it appears to have a loop. It's sort of like that thing where they talk about Mercury. You ever heard Mercury in retrograde? You ever heard that term? Mercury is in retrograde. Well, Mercury it appears to be moving backwards. But of course, it's not moving backward. It just appears to be moving backwards. And that's the state that we have been in, a state of retrograde. However, we're still moving forward. But because we're in a state of retrograde, we think we're moving backwards. And so we start trying to go a different way in a panic, instead of taking the logic of our ancestors and realize we're moving in a spiral, not a circle. The thing they keep telling us is crap like that. We realize we're in a spiral, so they tell us, oh yeah, that's a circle. Let's see, we got circular logic. No, it ain't circle. It's spiritual logic, not circular logic. And they just coming up to it. So don't ask them because they don't know. Let them go with circular logic. But I'm telling you, from our ancestors and our trajectory is spherical. It's in a spiral. And so at points in the spiral, it looks like retrograde. It gives the impression of, you ever was walking next to a train and the train started moving and things were moving in such a way it kind of hypnotized you optically, because it looked like something is moving backwards. Usually it happens around train stations and stuff, because they're moving slow enough and to give that optical illusion and stuff of moving backwards. And they're moving forward, but it's an optical illusion. And it only lasts for a few moments till you can readjust, your mind readjusts. And that's why I said I don't trust the mind that much, because the mind is easily tricked. They got AI stuff here on the doggone internet tricking people's mind. Oh, I thought that was real. Yes, because they trick your mind, man, in a minute. See, that's what I'm saying. So, along with the fact that we are as great as we are, I don't know what the Mandela effect is. Oh, yeah. Okay. Mind control. They put Mandela in prison for 25 years. He was in prison for 25 years, secluded from the rest of the world. They had him in isolation. And then they sent in good cop, bad cop, good cop, bad cop, till he started trusting the good cop. This is the Mandela effect. Just like I was saying earlier, look who me. Oh, no, I'm friendly with you. Till they can get in, take over. That's their plan. And they never going to change. That's why they got the Democrats and the Republicans. That's why they got the conservatives and the liberals. Neither one of them going to do nothing for a nigga. But one smiles when he kicks your butt, and the other one grimaces and call you names when he kicks your butt. But they both kick your butt, take your stuff. Which one you want? You want the good massa, or you want the evil massa? But both of them put themselves in the position of massa. Don't miss that part. Don't miss that part. That's why I said studying them is not as important as studying ourselves. We have to know what we are. From our position, both of their positions are the same. Hey, right wing and left wing are both appendages of the same bird. Left wing and right wing are both appendages of the same bird. If one is doing some crazy stuff and the other one is doing something even crazier and not in sync, that bird ain't gonna fly. They must, as the bird flies, it must sync up the wings. And if you're going to pick one over the other one because you think, oh, well, this one is this different from the other one, they both going to the same place. Right wing, left wing, all that stuff is for the idiots. That's why the boy say he loves the uneducated, because most of America is uneducated. Black, white, or indifferent. Most of America is uneducated. Don't know how to think, and therefore can be told what to think through the mind control. Mind control is so simple. They do it all the time at these concerts and stuff. The guy come in, I mean, you ever been to a comedy show and the guy come up and he starts clapping like this. He's the comedian. He just came on stage and he's clapping. And through mind control, that's a mind control thing. Other people start clapping. This is simple. This is the mind, man. I can't let that do my business. Don't you see how fickle it is? And easily controlled by outside forces and other people. A guy comes in with a uniform on, and he got the regalia of whatever your mind tells you is something of authority, and so you give him all that space. You just give him all that space. They have proved nothing, but your mind has deduced through its sensory organs that, oh, that guy is a cop. You don't know what that guy is, man. He might be wearing the clothes, all that stuff, doing the thing, this and that and the other, and they're not telling what he is. He might be a grifter running a con. You don't know, but your mind thinks it knows. Mind is so easy to confuse and belittle, man. They do that all the time, and people say, "Well, I know what I." Man, come on. You could tell a story today, and next week tell the same story, and record it both times, and then a month later tell the same story and record it, and then go listen to them 3 recordings. Don't listen to them till you get the 3rd one done, and then go listen to them. See all the stuff that's different. The mind, man, I don't know. Mandela effect is that we remember some things different. Different from what? From what actually occurred. Yet now, those things are said to have been the way they were. Oh, definitely messing with the mind, man. Ain't no doubt about it. They imprisoned that man for 25 years, man. You can get him to say whatever you want to in 25 years. I know techniques to get whatever I want somebody to say in 2 years. Screw what you heard. 25 years? Shit. I'm an expert at it. You get somebody to say you get somebody to say what you want them to say in 2 minutes. I know con men who can get people to do what they say in 2 minutes. They just come in with the con. Con means confidence of what you believe in, what you're willing to. Hey, man, come on. Once you're there, you can do almost anything with people. That's what Donald Trump is, a big con man. And he ain't even really good at it. Yeah, he's more good at being a con man than a businessman. That's true, though. He's not much of a businessman. Too many of his businesses have went out of business. He has good management, people managing the business, setting them up. He has over 75 corporations, and all them corporations hiding this corporation, this and that and that. That's really not business. That's more con to me. A good business is making money, not going out of. Yeah, he might have. That might not be the real Norman, whatever his name was, Mandela. The one that came out of jail may not be the same person that went into jail, because he never behaved like the same person that went into jail. And even his wife Winnie said, "Oh no, that ain't the nigga." So I agree with her. She would know better than me. Yeah, she would know a lot better than I would. What's jumping? That doggone weed whacker not coming on. I'm gonna check the spark plug. There's a spark plug. That's the only thing I know right now to check. Maybe it's not firing. But yeah, man. The Mandela effect. Right. Yeah, I didn't ever trust that guy, man. Never did. Once he got out of jail and I saw he wasn't moving the same. And they had all them years to mess with him. And I see there's a book. Watch this. You can get this information. It's called Erasing Minds. The Cambridge Report. Google it. I'll Google it, man. because I want you to see what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna put it on this thing. Erasing minds. There it is. Erasing minds. The Cambridge report. Cambridge report. Cambridge did a report on the stuff that the prisons were doing, the experiments that the prisons were doing. And this is the report. Is this thing still on? I'm still sharing my thing, right? How you do this? Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah. So Google that, the Cambridge report, Erasing Minds. It's behavioral. Look at the years. 1962, 1983. See, they were already doing it before Mandela went to prison or around that time. And they're telling you the prison is reading behavioral modification. This is the experiments they were running on the prisoners. Behavioral modification. This is what I was saying about controlling the mind. The prison rights movement. This is where the prisoners had rights and they just ignored their rights. The prisoners didn't even know they were being experimented on. And psychological experimentation in America's prisons. 1962 to 1983. That's all. They didn't do the whole since American prisons started. They just did a 20-year study. A study of 20 years. It's still going on, right? Differently. They're still doing experimentation. Psychological prison rights are still being voided. You can see that through the stuff Trump is doing. Prison rights are being voided, and behavioral modification got everybody on edge. Everybody's scared to say stuff because they're seeing people getting locked up, arrested and stuff just for having an opinion. I'd say something about Palestine. No, you anti-Israel. Yeah, I'm anti-Israel. So what? I'm pro-Palestine. Palestine was there. I'm old school. Israel just came. That's new school. So they got people scared to say they pro-Palestine. And then, like I say, the prison rights movement is almost totally out of the box. They arrest people, keep them, ship them out of the country before they know anything. Ain't no prison rights. And then the psychological experimentation was the thing that got us to this point, the thing you're talking about, the Mandela effect. All of that was already set up purposely by the prisons and their, here it is. The article explored the development and behavioral modification programs inside penitentiaries during the 60s and 70s, with the 1960s and 1970s. Okay, 2 decades. With a focus, the article explores the development of behavioral modification programs inside the penitentiaries during the 1960s and 1970s, with a focus upon how such tactics were used to crush dissent and silence incarcerated people who challenged the prison regime. La-di-da. This is the preliminary step to what's going on right now. This is the preliminary step. That's what I mean by you go by what you can see. Because I knew a boy that was involved in this. I knew about this before I knew about Cambridge report. That's how I found the Cambridge report because I met the boy, Olubala. I met him. He was actually in the prison system undergoing all these behavioral modification programs. He had went through 2 or 3 of them when I met him. And he told me about it. And then I found out about that Cambridge wrote a report on it because I was trying to research it through the prison programming and stuff. And Google just gave me the Cambridge report. And I said, okay, cool, I'm good with that. I don't need to go any further to prove the point that this stuff occurred and what it was that occurred. Because I tell it to people and they be like, oh, yeah. You know how people do. Right now, our current reputation is niggas lie. That's our current reputation. So I'm saying our ancient reputation is niggas never lie. Our word is bond. And so I'm saying we need to, I'm about reviving our ancestors' worldwide reputation of speaking the truth all the time. And so this is what they're trying to get us to go with. This is what they got Mandela to go with. They use all with a focus upon such tactics were used to crush dissent. You know, Mandela was a big dissenter and silence incarcerated people. Incarcerated people mean any people who are their location is determined by someone else. Are you familiar with that? That's what incarcerated people are. Like everybody being in what they call that stuff? Cabrini Green, them projects, those were incarcerated people. And those, because that's an incarceration. All them people in that complex, they call the project, used to call the project, trying to get rid of it now because they moved to a different concept of how they doing business. They can't keep the same concept and people figure it out. So they moving from that concept, but that was incarcerated people. That's why it was so much stuff going on in those projects. A lot of stuff, because they know if you put people together like that from the prisons, okay, the people who challenge prison regime, the regime of it, meaning that, you know, there you go. So first, it explores how psychology became an influential force in the operation of many penitentiaries, penitentiaries. I'll go with that. From the 1950s. So they went back another 10 years, explores how psychology became an influential force in the operation of many penitentiaries from the 1950s, which is an interesting concept. Second, it considers the role that psychologists and psychiatrists played in developing brainwashing techniques to punish those prison activists who sought to expose the dehumanizing and brutal treatment of incarcerated people, such as the case with Nelson Mandela. Same, everything applies. Yes, that's what I'm looking at. It seems to me that everything applies right there. Secondly, finally, it uses the example of the behavioral modification unit at Marion Federal Penitentiary to show how the federal government was complicit in the use of psychological torture to silence prisoners' complaints. That sounds actionable to me. That sounds like a lawsuit to me. I'm just saying, what I just read is a lawsuit. I just put that right there in the lawsuit. Don't even change a word. Just take that abstract right there, copy and paste it right into a lawsuit. That's what that looked like to me. The federal government was complicit in the use of psychological torture to silence prisoner complaints. This is what we're faced with from the government. Again, because as you know, the government, the federal government, was complicit in the use of our people being tortured for their people to make some money. They were complicit in that scheme as well. Because we got the gold, we got the, what they call it, we got the juice. They just be juicing us. And since we got the juice and we're coming into the knowledge that we got the juice, we are realizing that working together, we don't have to be juiced. But working separately, we'll be juiced every time. Because there's not enough power to stop 10 people. We need enough power to stop. I mean, okay, one guy could stop about 9 people. That 10th person is probably going to get over. But if you got 2 guys, they'll take them 10 people right on out. That's what I mean. We got to hook up. We got to join up. We got to unite. The more of us we are, the more we can deal with. We ain't just about no stuff about fighting or warfare. It's about building as well. One person can build a house, take them 2 years, and then 15 people can build a house overnight. I mean, the next day they done. It's about, it's about accomplishing stuff. It ain't just about no warfare. Unity is more than just about, war. Unity is about accomplishment as well. You got 8 or 9 people working at, oh yeah, everybody's been mind controlled and modified by then. They call it, they have a word for it. They say, kill the Indian and save the man. So now they didn't kill the Indian, meaning that he's rowdy, rambunctious, and what's the rest of that thing they just read? Oh, they are dissident. That they wanted to crush the dissident, silence the people who challenge them, and make them go along with the prison regime. The prison regime being Allah or Christianity, or even, you can be a Jew. That's the prison regime. And to silence our people, and all our people are incarcerated because we don't control the place where we are. Had we controlling the place where we are, then we're not incarcerated. But because we don't control the place where we are all incarcerated. And we said, they tell us, oh, no, ain't no bars around you. But try to, when a cop pull you over, what happens? What do you expect to happen? Come on, let's be real for a minute. The bars are always around. And they man-made bars. They make the bars. We have to burst through the bars. We have to be lawless in their mind because we don't follow their law. We follow our own law. We got a law. I like to go by the law that's already laid out, so we don't be inventing a wheel that's already rolling. And so I use the great law of peace. I read it. It makes sense. The great law of peace makes perfect sense. And so the only thing to do is read it. Most people haven't even read it. At least read it. Whether you adhere to it or whether you condone it or whatever, it don't matter. Just read it so you can see a different kind of constitution. And then understand that each person has their own constitution and their own sovereignty. And we've given that up. Ain't nobody sovereign. Yes, I am. And yes, you are. And you're giving your sovereignty away by saying you are not sovereign. Sovereign simply means you have the ability to decide your what do you call it? Your life, your future for yourself. You're responsible and you have the control. Somebody say, jump off the building or I'll shoot you. As a sovereign, you have the right to refuse both of those as your options. Okay, that sounds like it. I ain't see nobody come up in the back room, so I'm assuming nobody's attempting to come up and talk with me. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, I appreciate you so for your interaction, and everyone that came, I want to thank you for coming. While they gonna go, I appreciate you. Share it, like it, comment, and after the fact, comment too. That's good too, to see that someone, like when you restream it or something, or visited it later, and you have a comment, please put it down in the bottom in the comment section. That's encouragement, and I appreciate all the encouragement, because in the real life, uh, I'm attempting to simply encourage you. I want everything I say, please, to be as encouraging as possible. I want to encourage you to see that we are not only lapping, we are so far in the lead of everything. I can only call it lapping. I can't even tell you how far ahead we are. And we are lapping as the more we come into our own cosmology. And when we do, we hit that flip and we going in that direction again, where Mercury goes back in outer retrograde and moves. Because, Mercury is one of the fastest moving planets. So I thank you. Please check out, whatever else you want to check out that's on the stream. I mean, in my thing there. It's called Wale, at Wale, triple O, not 000. Those are O's. Wale, at Wale triple O. I think I should put it in here anyway before I do go. Oh, there it is. Wale triple O. And see some of the other videos that I have put up. I call them broadcasts, because that's what I like to do, be broadcasting. Because I want more and more people to realize some perspectives and concepts they may not have considered. One love.